fairness, I haven't done that since I was done.
Hello.
Thanks to know.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, I heard half an hour ago.
Hey, Bob, I'll ask him.
Right.
I vote for four. Just keep asking until I find the right guy. There we go.
That was quite the performance.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting, isn't it? That's just me walking normally.
Nothing more exciting would have been a title.
Yeah. We should make the tables bigger, I think. Yeah, nothing helps a council meeting than giant tables.
126, 127 tables.
Oh my gosh.
This morning, it's actually less confusing.
Yeah.
It looks a little
Wow.
bit like Neil Burke.
I'm gonna eat all of them too. No, you can have one of each flavor.
No, it's okay. No, I have candy at my house. So
I'll eat them quickly.
yes, so one of the 100 things I decided to take on.
Yes, I am.
on Sunday is a candy bar. But of course, I can't just do like any candy. It has to match with the theme. So it's very specific.
Good afternoon, Council. So it's 3 p.m. I'd like to get started here.
Give us like 3 seconds.
Give him the hammer.
Could I have the roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Justin Towndale,
Present.
Councillors Claude McIntosh, Dean Hollingsworth, Sarah Good,
Present.
Catalina Bayer,
Present.
Councillors Elaine McDonald, Present. Sid Gardner, Dennis Sabourin,
Present.
Todd Bennett.
Present.
We have regrets from Councillor Dupel, Mr. Mayor, and we're waiting for Councillor Buncho to join us.
We acknowledge that we are gathering on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee peoples, the Mohawks of Akwesasne, the original keepers of this land. As settlers, we are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Can I get, do we have a formal agenda, Madam Clerk?
So, Mr. Mayor, the agenda that was published for today is identical to last week's agenda, accepted just as continuation.
Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda as presented? Councillor McIntosh, Councillor Gardner, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Any disclosures of interest for today's meeting? Seeing none. Can I get a motion to go in committee of the whole, please? Councillor Good, Councillor McDonald, all in favor? All in favor, please? Thank you.
Still in our little zone to work with.
Not,
Still
we're in trouble.
contemplating the score of last night's game.
Okay. Thank you, Council. So we'll move into our continuation of the general taxation budget. We're continuing off with paramedic services. Chief, sorry to have cut you off before you entered your capital presentation. However, we did run out of time last week. But I would ask, just before you start, can you please give us a reminder of what page you're starting on?
Absolutely. Hello, everybody. We're on page 77 and 78.
Thank you.
So the capital budget, all except for 2 items, are 100% just replace what's wearing out. So it's end of life expectancy and maintenance of the capital that we have in the vehicles, in the of equipment. So the first one and the biggest, most expensive one is the ambulances themselves. We generally replace 3 or 4 every year. Excuse me. Depending on the life cycle, so they last about 5 years, and then we replace them. So this year, if we can get them, we're planning on replacing 3. And this is the first year where we're actually trying a new process where we take the box off the back of the ambulance, replace the chassis underneath it, and put the box back on. We're allowed to do that 2 times in as part of the equipment regulations. Everything in the ambulance is regulated by a regulation, so every piece of equipment needs to meet a certain standard, and that's one of the standards for the ambulance. They generally get to above 400,000 kilometers before we start replacing them, so they're well-used pieces of equipment. The next one is CPR devices. This is an enhancement to what we've already got. CPR devices are expensive, but they show real promise in the survivability of people. So basically, this is a manual CPR machine. So you're probably all been taught how to do CPR, where you lean over the chest. This machine does that work for you. There's some benefits to this in that the depth of compression helps the survivability. So generally speaking, even fit people, after about 2 minutes of CPR, their CPR isn't that effective anymore. These machines don't get tired, so they keep doing good depth of compression. The other benefit of this is when you're in a moving vehicle, you can wear a seatbelt, whereas if we have to do CPR in the back of an ambulance, without this device, you actually literally stand up in the back of the ambulance and do it. Most of the time we're moving at a fair speed. So there's a fair safety component with these. So we're adding 3 to try and increase the number of times we have a CPR device on scene. We'll monitor that to see if our survivability rates go up. The next one is, we call them paramedic response units. The jargon is PRUs. These are the clock stopper ambulance or vehicles. So they're equipped with everything but a stretcher, and we arrive on scene and start care before an ambulance can get there. Excuse me. We have 3 reaching end of life. And if we can get 3, we'll replace 3, which is pure, one's retiring, one's replacing. The next one is expensive piece of equipment here that goes on the stretchers that holds the defibs to the stretcher. So it's the actual, in the picture, it's the silver block and the yellow table is what this $60,000 would buy. We run with 15 stretchers, and we need to secure the defibs to something so that they don't go flying around in the back of the ambulance. So the ones that we currently have are wearing out, just with wear and tear and jiggling around in the back. The welds are going, and we need to replace them. The next one is public access defibrillator, which is the things that hang in the white boxes in all the arenas and community centers and everything else. Some of them are over 10 years old, and these are quite simple to tell when they're end of life. There's a big X on them. We can do some maintenance on them, but if we can't get the X to go away, we know they're garbage and we have to replace them. So we're literally replacing what has gone out of stock. Helmets are required by paramedics. There are legislative requirements to wear helmets, like on construction sites and some institutions. And we do get into situations where, they're cutting cars open and stuff like that, where glass is flying and stuff, so we have helmets. Old helmets have expiry dates. They had to be replaced, so we're replacing them with new helmets, which don't have expiry dates, and we're changing the way we do this in that we used to issue a personal issue helmet. Now we're putting 2 in every truck so that they can just use the helmets that are there. So instead of buying 143 helmets, we're only buying the number like 23 times 2. The last one is an important upgrade that's been developing over probably the last 5 or 8 years. This is a real-time data CAD link. In simplistic terms, what happens here is we need to buy the hardware and software to allow the dispatch center to push information to the paramedic through a computer. This is the first time, and we're only starting to be able to use this technology, and we need to buy the link that allows that to happen. The rest of it is managed through the ministry itself. This will do a lot of things. So we'll, for the first time, get mapping. The preferred destination will pop up on their laptops and say, this is the recommended route, the fastest route, including traffic volumes and everything else. It's more sophisticated than like our typical, GPS or anything like that. The other benefit is it pushes patient information to the medic as they go with alerts. So a big part of our time on scene is not as long as offload, but is documentation, and this will start feeding the form with the information so you don't have to do duplication. A lot of our quality assurance is making sure that things like call numbers are correct, because we have to marry dispatch information to ambulance call information, and one call number makes it like tremendous amounts of work. We spend hours sorting that out. This is the first step on improving patient response time and improving quality of paperwork. And that's our capital.
Councilor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to you. CPR devices, you said you can get 3. How many ambulances have them now? And if there are other ambulances without them, why would you not have asked for more than 3?
The answer is twofold. One is we wanted to try them to see the effectiveness of them. And then the other one was they're so expensive that we didn't think we could do that many all at the same time. So 15 times $20,000 would be to do the whole fleet. So we're doing it step by step, and we're strategically loading them so that the PRUs, the ones that get there first, get them first, and then the ambulances that follow could have them. But we're trying to aim at these rapid response vehicles.
In my mind, all I could see was the paramedic using, not using this, but using physically trying to keep people alive when these machines allow them to especially in an ambulance that's going as fast as they go and turning corners. You don't want paramedics free, loose in the ambulance doing work that a machine could do. So, and since it's just a trial, thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Chief. Welcome, Chief. Mr. Payette. So,
Go ahead.
start at any time you like.
Very good, thank you. So first off, I just wanted to say thank you for allowing the board chair and myself to come and present to ourselves some of the increases in the 2023 police budget. When I was told I had approximately 10 minutes, there was a bit of panic, as Ms. Bailey will attest, because trying to capture everything associated to a police budget in that period of time is very difficult. I recognize that there's a number of new faces to the council table, and so I have tried to include a few details about policing, the landscape of policing, today to help you better understand our needs. So, with that said, I'm also a newcomer at this, so if I'm not touching on anything in particular, please obviously feel free to ask any questions. So I'll share with you that I opened up the meeting, the police board's meeting on the 23 budget, talking about the 4 themes that I saw. So first off, I think you'll hear that it has a very strategic focus, intentionally, obviously. A lot of work has gone into our strategic planning and consultation with the public in establishing that strategic plan, so that the budget is built around that. There are themes of modernization. As you're about to hear, the landscape of policing is very different than it once was, and so we need to modernize with that landscape. Accountability to the community, public trust and confidence in policing is at the forefront of every conversation, I think, across the country, really. And so we recognize there's a need to be accountable to the public at all times. And fiscal responsibility. So we recognize these are tough times for our citizens, and so we need to make sure that we're using taxpayer dollars effectively. Again, back to some new faces at the table, and I apologize for those who maybe even served on the Police Services Board and this, they've heard this before, but I think it's important to just go over a little bit of the legislative framework around policing. As many of you probably know, policing is governed by the Ontario Police Services Act, and so there are a few sections that have to do with the municipality's role in ensuring adequate and effective policing, as well as some budgetary sections. So I thought I would go over them today. I probably should have given this to Madame Clerk earlier, but I will leave you with, I brought you packages with the legislative framework so that when you go into your deliberations later on, you can reference it in case you've forgotten. But for today, I'll just read through them briefly. So adequate and effective police services must include, at minimum, all of the following police services. So it has to have crime prevention, law enforcement, assistance to victims of crime, public order maintenance, and emergency response. Section 4.3 of the Police Services Act states that in providing adequate and effective policing services, a municipality shall be responsible for providing all of the infrastructure and administration necessary for providing such services, including vehicles, boats, equipment, communication devices, buildings, and supplies. Section 27.1, I'm not going to read out, but really that is, it says that the municipality, if they have their own police force, has to have a police services board, and it speaks to the makeup of that police services board, which obviously, of course, has council representation. At 39.1, says that the board shall submit operating and capital estimates to the municipal council. Section 39.3 says upon reviewing the estimates, the council shall establish an overall budget, and in doing so, the municipality is not bound to adopt the estimates submitted by the board. 39.4 says in establishing an overall budget for the board, the council does not have the authority to approve or disapprove specific items in the estimates. And section 39.5 says if the board is not satisfied that the budget established for it by council is sufficient, the board may request the commission determine the question after a hearing. So that's just a little bit of the legislative framework that goes along with police budgets. In terms of your local police service, we are made up of 96 sworn officers currently, 11 special constables who are predominantly doing court security, 39 civilian members who are doing anything from HR-related activities, dispatch, communications, records, administrative work, etc. And we have 10 civilian part-time employees, and they basically backfill for areas like courts, dispatch, and our administrative staff. These numbers include 4 additional officers that were approved by the Police Services Board back in October. And you will hear later on in the presentation that the cost of these new recruits was offset by an increase in WSIB recovery money coming in terms of revenue. I talked about the budget having a strategic focus, and so the Cornwall Police Service is in year 3 of our 3-year strategic plan. So there are some small funding dollars that are going to go into building our next iteration of the strategic plan. And, you know, it's important to note that we were very deliberate and intentional in conducting extensive consultations with the public and really making an effort to be reflective of the communities that we serve in doing those consultations. And so eventually we land on our 4 strategic priorities, which include community engagement, organizational excellence, crime reduction and community safety, and equity, diversity, and inclusivity. So I spoke earlier about the change of in landscape in policing, and I don't know to what degree council would be aware of some of these changes. Certainly the Police Services Board is well aware. But there has been a 29% increase in the number of calls for service over a 5-year period, stemming from 2017 to 2021. We'll be reporting later on in 2022, or sorry, later on in 2023 about the 2023 statistics. But we've also seen a general increase in all crime areas. So violent crime has seen an increase of 33.7%, property crime 24.9%, other crime, which includes domestic disputes, neighbor disputes, Mental Health Act calls, and missing person calls by 72.1%. Drug violations is up 20.4%. These are themes that are being seen across the province and are obviously an incredible strain on our resources. At the same time, we're experiencing another change in landscape, and that is occupational stress injuries. So some of you may be aware that in 2016, there was a change in legislation. And under the Workplace Safety and Insurance Act, there was the addition of a presumption for first responders with respect to post-traumatic stress diagnosis. We started to see an increase in the number of absent officers starting in around 2018, primarily due to post-traumatic stress disorder. So the reality is, the experts will tell you, only 10% of those who are off for more than a year will ever return to full duties, which means they may return, but only perhaps in a modified capacity, requiring accommodation. And so at present day, 43.7% of our frontline staff are either absent from duty or unable to perform frontline duties. So the various reasons are WSIB, PTSD, modified duties, parental leaves. In the past, it's been suspensions, although we don't have any suspended today. Or they are off at police college undergoing extensive training. So as I mentioned, our resources are stretched far more than ever at a time when the calls for service are higher than we've ever seen. And I also mentioned, and it's worth repeating, that these are themes being experienced across the province. They are not unique to the city of Cornwall. So obviously, we've had to implement a number of mitigation strategies. The first I'll speak to is specific to the budget. So we've changed the way we budget for some of these absences. So we got the approval from the board back in October to hire 3 new recruits. These officers will greatly assist us, obviously, in tackling some of these issues, but they won't be fully trained until June. But the cost of these 3 officers are offset by increasing the amount that we're budgeting or planning for in WSIB recoveries. So for instance, we've gone from approximately 150,000 in planned recoveries to 400,000. In the fall of 2022, we took some of the excess in WSIB recoveries. So we were obviously seeing that we were bringing in more money from the WSIB recoveries than what we had planned for. So we used some of those excess funds to hire consultants to do a resource allocation study. And we've completed the research phase of that. We're now actually in the implementation phase. But this will assist us greatly in modernizing the deployment of our community patrol division. And we think that this is going to meet the needs of current day society, and obviously all with a focus on modernization.
Sorry, Chief, I'm just going to stop you there for 1 second. Councillor Hollingsworth had a question.
Yeah,
Sure.
thank you, Your Worship. So, let me make sure I understand this. These 4 officers
Mm-hmm.
are being, their income or their wages are being offset by WSIB, correct?
Yes.
Now, does that happen forever? Like we're just gonna keep paying for these guys for all of the next 25 years of the corporation via WSIB? Is that how that works?
Well, so, I mean, at our longest, we have an officer who's been off nearing 5 years. So we continue to get WSIB recoveries from that person being off. And so the agreement with the board of the day was that we would eventually lose these officers through attrition. So either officers will return and we will no longer be receiving recovery money
Right?
from them being off, or they will eventually not be needed because they can be replaced.
Do you do your own HR?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship.
One of the other modernization strategies is the development of a community patrol support unit. So as officers are coming back in a modified capacity, as I mentioned, many of them won't be able to perform full policing duties, but they can certainly deal with some of the lower threshold calls for service. And so we've been utilizing them in that capacity, which is aimed at reducing the strain on the frontline resources. One of the little-known facts about the Cornwall Police Service and our strategic initiatives is that many of them are actually supported by grant funding. So we're quite proud of this accomplishment. Since 2015, we've actually received $3,629,000 and change in grant funding, and we are anticipated in 2023 to be receiving $1,298,000, so nearing 1.3 million, which I think for a small service our size is quite an accomplishment. It will go towards supporting many initiatives. For instance, increased capacity in hate crime investigations, enhancing victim services, combating human trafficking, combating the trafficking of opioids. Our EDI coordinator our shared EDI coordinator with the hospital is being funded by a grant. It'll allow us for increased capacity in crime and data analytics, which obviously in a modern day police service is essential. It helps offset the cost of our mental health team, so that's where a police officer and a mental health worker go out together responding to those kinds of calls. And to help fund the implementation of a mental health diversion program. So we're looking to divert calls directly at the dispatch center to the most appropriate service to handle those kinds of calls. In terms of the variances, I'll start obviously with salaries and benefits. So there's, with both salary and benefits, there's an increase of 6.33%. And the reasons that are attributed to that are collective agreement salary increases. So there was a recently negotiated collective agreements that allow for approximately 1.85% increase and a 2% increase, which I think is something the board is quite proud of in terms of keeping those costs to a minimum. There are reclassification increases. So a couple of years ago, we had quite a large number of retirees. And so there is a grid that a police officer goes through when they're first hired. So we have quite a few reclassifications. There was enhancement in medical benefits. So I spoke to you about PTSD and the prevention of PTSD. And so there was an increase in the mental health psychotherapy benefit with this regard. There was an administrative correction that was necessary in the retiree benefits line, so that has created an increase. And of course, I note again that the salary and benefits are offset by some of these WSIB recoveries. In terms of purchase of goods, we're at 2.67%. I suggest that mostly this is attributable to the cost of inflation, most notably with respect to software licenses that are necessary to do our work, fuel, etc. There is a new purchase of what they call a cell phone extraction software, and that is something that is very necessary in today's climate. Almost every investigation involves now a cell phone, and so all of the data needs to be downloaded as a result of almost every investigation. So there is an increase there. On the services and rents side, there's a 22.62% increase, which of course could seem alarming. But I think once you've heard the breakdown, it'll be better understood. So the board in February unanimously supported the implementation of body-worn cameras. with the applicable digital evidence management system to go along with it. I'm sure I don't have to tell any of you that, this is a necessary feature in modern-day policing and will directly impact public trust and confidence, and is that piece around public accountability. We also believe that we will see a decrease in the number of public complaints, and therefore a reduction in the amount of time to investigate those. We anticipate a reduction in court overtime for our officers because the video will provide better evidence and the officer won't necessarily be needed to testify. And the piece that often is misunderstood or not understood is that we believe it will provide improved employee wellness. So there is a tremendous amount of stress that is felt when there's a public complaint and there's an investigation, especially when you have, for lack of a better way to phrase it, a he said, she said, or only two people who are witness to a particular event. And so those who have implemented body-worn cameras have reported improvement in employee wellness. So that comes at a cost of $159,000. The second big ticket item is facility needs assessment. And when I took the role on as chief, this is one of the pieces that I committed to the board, and that is to develop a long-term facilities plan for the Cornwall Police Service. At this particular juncture, the sentiment is that the facilities are inadequate, and this was quite a theme that shone through in our internal consultation for our strategic plan. The other piece that the board would be aware, but perhaps not council, is that the East End station that is located at Montreal Road is coming to its end of life. And so in 2020, there was an engineer's report that estimated that its end of life was between 5 and 10 years. That was in 2020. So we're encroaching on that period of time now. Generally, I think perhaps these conversations could have even started prior to today. Perhaps it was described as a want at one point, but today I would describe it as a need. The police services board members came through and did a walkthrough today of the building just to see for themselves, and one of the things discussed between myself and Mr. Mayor was that we would invite city council members to also come and do a walkthrough visit to better understand what the facilities are like. So there are a number of issues. Generally, certainly the theme is not enough space. Not enough meeting space, no place to conduct training. Our communications center is incredibly small for the amount of equipment and technology that comes with that kind of a job today. We're experiencing routinely issues with the HVAC system, and there have been a number of floods that are concerning with respect to the maintenance of our evidence room and other things that certainly need a high degree of care. But we've had sewage floods and such on several occasions in the last couple of years, which put that to risk. You, I think, would have also heard about a shared radio system at a cost of approximately $15,000. We appreciate the city's collaboration on that radio system, and so that is also contained in this budget. So when you look at the services and rents, just the facility needs assessment at $100,000, the body-worn cameras at $159,000, and the shared radio at $15,000. It actually means that we have actually come under budget of what we were last year. So we've actually reduced quite significantly from the year before. And that's that fiscal responsibility piece that I think is also so important. In terms of our capital, we've also seen a decrease by approximately $38,400. Some of the highlights to note for you is we did receive a provincial grant that covered half of the cost of enhancements to the closed-circuit television system, so CCTV cameras that are located strategically throughout the city. So the deal was, if we put forward 48,500, which is contained in the capital expenditures, then the province would kick in the rest. So that is one of the capital items. There's also $50,000 set aside for next generation 911. So this, in case you haven't heard, is text and video to 911, which of course is coming. And the migration to that new service, which is mandated by the province, will be coming in approximately 2025, if all stays on track. And so every year we continue to do upgrades so that we are ready for that migration. There is $35,000 associated to a server upgrade. So many of the servers are coming to their end of life. And so we are doing sort of on an evergreen system, we're doing one at a time. And there is no change in our fleet, our ask for fleet. It's $190,000, and that's for 3 hybrid cruisers and 1 unmarked cruiser, likely to be a hybrid. They range approximately $50,000, give or take. In terms of revenue, I've spoken quite a bit about the WSIB recoveries, which is quite significant, but also I've spoken about the increasing grant revenue. So there's actually a 45.7% increase in our revenue. So just in closing, of course, I'm happy to take any questions, but I just wanted to remind you of those themes that we talked about. So strategic focus, modernization, accountability, and fiscal responsibility. And just to note that when we compared ourselves to municipalities across the province, we were actually one of the 3rd lowest based on the reporting to date. And some of the increases range anywhere from 2.5% to 18%. So I just bring that to council's attention. And obviously, it would be my recommendation that council accepts the board's estimates for providing adequate and effective police services for the city of Cornwall.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions from council? Councilor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So, Chief, I appreciate your comments regarding accessing money through grants. And I noticed earlier that you said you do your own HR. I'm hoping you don't also have to do your own grant writing.
We do our own grant writing. We will often contract the services of somebody to do that, but otherwise it can be done, it is being done internally with the resources we have.
Wow, because I know policing is becoming more complex all the time, and I'm sure your responsibilities are getting heavier with every change in development and complexity. So well done, and don't be afraid to call for help for yourself too.
Yes, thank you.
Added 4 people to the police force, but maybe there could be need for a 5th one. I just throw that out there. So I want to say something about the stats. You gave us some horrendous figures, 77%, I think, in one area. And you did note that this is typical across the province, so I appreciate that. So I'm just wondering, there must be a lot of speculation going on with your peers. Do you relate most of this maybe to health, mental health crises and the sort of like sociological factors like that?
Yes.
Maybe poverty?
So the determinants of health are very similar to the determinants of crime. And so we definitely, as you've heard by those numbers, in the range of 72% increase. A lot of that has to do with mental health. Obviously, poverty is playing a role in that as well. The opioid crisis is absolutely impacting our community.
Right.
You know, I think it hit the rest of the province ahead of our own, but we are in the throes of it now. Our officers are regularly attending to opioid overdoses, administering Narcan, et cetera, much like the paramedics, I'm sure. And so that too plays a role in crime.
And then my last question has to do with the East End Station. Do you propose to replace it in place, like where it is, and same locale that that patient serves you?
So I really think that community consultation is the key to understanding, you know, what and where we need to be present. That's part of the facility needs assessment. So, you know, I certainly wouldn't want to just offer my own opinion as to, you know, what we need and where we need to be. I think engaging with professionals to assist us in identifying what those needs are is the right way to go, and responsible to the citizens.
You mentioned space as being one of the criteria. I had a meeting there a few years ago with some community group, and I tell you, it was going through a rabbit warren to find the officer in the office in which we were supposed to meet, so
Yeah.
point well taken.
Yeah, we're struggling a little bit with that.
Thank you.
Counselor Good?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and for adding all the additional details about just the particulars and funding. I feel like that helps to kind of bring a better understanding about how the money is being spent. I was a little bit shocked when I heard the 43.7% of the frontline staff are absent. Wow, that's a lot.
Or unable to
Or-
perform full duties.
Now, after my initial shock, then you mentioned that part of it is due to parental leaves and training, which I kind of see as like a positive leave in a sense. Do you have like figures around what percentage of those leaves are due to parental and training versus any kind of illness or stress leaves?
I do, actually, and as you were asking the question, I went, it's sitting on my desk.
Oh, no.
So if it's acceptable, I will forward that information. I have a spreadsheet that breaks it down even further, and I can provide that to Madam Clerk.
Thank you. That's appreciated. It's always nice to know kind of what is leading to the leaves, especially as you mentioned, there's such an increase in PTSD. Very pleased to hear about the focus on mental health. I know the V-Smart team does a strong focus on mental health. I was chatting with them this summer, and one of the things that we discussed was that, you know, if there aren't calls coming through, sometimes they will go and visit people who are, we'll call them frequent flyers of the program. I was just wondering if you anticipate that will be a program that will continue, and if you anticipate it growing in the future as well.
Yes, it's definitely intended. Its best use is proactive, obviously not reactive. And we, you know, of all the years that we've been putting a focus to grant writing, that is the one grant that we were not successful in, and that is the expansion of the mental health program. I sit on the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police Executive Board, and one of the ways that I was able to use my voice was expressing the concern around the inequities that particular grant created for communities. So to say that Cornwall is any less in need of expansion with respect to servicing the vulnerable sector and mental health than any other community, you know, that really creates inequities, I think, across the province. So it is something that I expressed, and I do believe got the attention of Minister Kersner, the Solicitor General. And I will continue to advocate for the expansion of that program. I think it's probably one of the most important programs that we run.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. I agree. It is absolutely one of the most important programs. I would be very happy to see increase in that particular aspect of policing. Thank you.
Councilor Huber?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Chief. Following up on the comments on the mental health team, I want to know a little bit more about the diversion, the mental health diversion calls. Does that mean when a call is made, instead of sending out that team, it'll be a direct referral to a local mental health resource?
Yes. So we've yet to establish exactly where the deferral will go to. We're exploring our options, because there are a number of organizations that serve what we describe as the vulnerable sector. But yes, the intent is not every call surrounding mental health requires a police response. And so it's understanding which which of those calls coming into the dispatch center need the police attention or can be diverted, providing them the service that they actually need in a more timely manner. So that's what we're exploring now, and we're just in the infancy stages of that.
I think eventually, even if it was a call that an officer responded to, there would be an eventual referral to the right service. So I think there's a cost savings there, right? So
Yeah.
if we're removing the response from your team and immediately going to the right referral, then you're supporting the individual quicker and you're saving funds significantly. And then along the lines of Councillor Hollingsworth's question, it sounds like there's a lot of new technologies that are being implemented. Do you have your own IT department as well?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Thank you.
If I may comment on the HR related matter. So recruitment in policing is been extremely challenging in the last couple of years. In fact, we've actually had to increase capacity with respect to HR. It would be what I would describe as a bit of a dogfight out there right now. Policing has been impacted negatively in terms of its image, and so there are less and less people who are interested in a career in policing. And so dedicating our resources to try and draw back those potential candidates and being very timely in our recruitment, because if we wait even a second, then the offer goes out by another police service and we lose a potential candidate, future candidate. So it's our needs in terms of HR have definitely changed over the last couple of years.
Any further questions? Councillor McIntosh and Councillor Gardner?
Yeah, like Sarah, I was surprised at the figure, 43.7. I tried to find a comparable, and I found Timmins, 96 warrant officers, and same problem.
Yep.
There's a video they have with Chief Watt.
Yep.
I didn't realize they were twins.
They look a lot
Your
alike.
deputy. Anyway, they have an interesting recruiting program that he unveiled, and that is that to encourage to get more women interested into policing, they have a special career day just for women and minorities. You probably know about this. And it originated in Belleville, and I believe Woodstock picked it up, and he picked it up. Do you see any merit in that?
Absolutely.
They did say it was successful.
Yeah, no, definitely. That is why we've had to increase our capacity in HR to offer more targeted approaches to recruitment, in addition to outreach to young kids. So this isn't any longer like a 1 or 2 year turnaround in terms of our recruitment strategies. It's now 10 years. So we're thinking about how are we going to get people interested in policing 10 years from now, because the struggles are.
Yeah. The other thing too is you talk about the mental health issues, and I know a couple of police officers, and they talk about the same thing. One of the problems too, I think, with you have X number of officers out there, and you get a mental health act call. Now, sometimes that requires 2 officers, and they end up at the hospital for 3-4 hours on a night shift on a weekend. That could really deplete your resources.
Absolutely.
There's no way around this isn't.
So we've done a lot of work in that regard. Actually, our wait times are down significantly. I would say that we started to really focus on this in 2017 and 18. We brought in actually a software system that helps officers determine whether or not, in fact, somebody needs to be apprehended, because just because somebody is experiencing a mental health crisis doesn't necessarily mean that their civil liberties need to be taken away and they need to be taken to a hospital. There are potentially other ways of handling that. So that additional software to help support the officers in making that determination has also been helpful. So our apprehension rate is actually down significantly. And so when we speak about the length of time and the number of officers that are left sitting at the hospital and not patrolling the streets of Cornwall, the number of apprehensions has gone down. The problem is the number of mental health calls has gone up. So in terms of the amount of time we're spending at the hospital, it's the same as it was in 2017, even though we've made significant headway. The hospital has been a great partner in terms of working with us to try and get our officers out quickly. The other roadblocks really have to do with the Mental Health Act itself. And my understanding is that that is a focus by the province to try and amend the Mental Health Act so that we don't have to spend so much time as police at the hospital.
Yeah, a couple other points is that that is, that's one of the big problems, mental health. And the number of officers off, I know, Sean, when you first started, remember they had 20 officers off at one time? Were you on the force then?
I think I came in right after.
Yeah, and they had like 21 officers off, but they went through a process where they eventually bought people out, retired people, and they came back to, is that a possibility again, to review that?
Yeah, so the issue today is that most of the people who are off today are associated to WSIB, which means it's a work-related injury. So the ability to buy them out, so to speak, is not there. I think at that time, most of the absences were long-term disability related. So it is a little bit different, well, tremendously different, I guess, in the way it's able to be managed. The Police Services Act, section, I believe it's 47, talks about an officer's ability to do the job and the employer's responsibility to accommodate up to undue hardship. And so that section has been tested, and to date, there has not been any successful cases in terms of buying people out or terminating
Just
their employment.
personal comment, when you talk about police changing, when my son graduated from Toronto Police College, Julian Fantino was the chief, and I can remember his speech. He talked about how when he joined the force, you had to be big, tough, and education meant nothing. 115 officers graduated in that class. It was the biggest class they had at that time. Of the 115, 98 had university degrees, which, very impressive. And about a quarter of them were female.
Wow.
So, and it's even changed more since then, as you know.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner, then Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, welcome.
Thank you.
This council put forward a motion for speeding and people going through stop signs. We've heard nothing back from that. And part of that motion talked about photo radar. And so budget-wise, I have to ask about that. To me, some of it is, the recovery is from people breaking the law. What has been done about that? And do you think that photo radar is plausible or usable here in this city?
So I think, that's got a lot of elements to it, that question. Just briefly to speak to the fact that you haven't heard anything back. I apologize if you haven't heard anything back, but I believe arrangements have been made for us, along with your city administration, to bring a report back in April. That's the last I heard about that. So there were, as I understood it, two motions. One was to better understand what the Cornwall Police Service is doing with respect to traffic-related offenses. And so we can speak to that at any time and are happy to do that. But I think the arrangements were made for us to speak to the second motion at the same time, in partnership with the city administration. Because if there was a decision to go down the route of photo radar, it would likely be an investment by the city, not necessarily by the police service itself. I think the early conversations are that there are also some environmental designs that can be looked at and might be a better fit for the city of Cornwall. But I feel like the city administration is focused on preparing a report for council, and so I certainly wouldn't want step on anybody's toes in that regard. But with respect to traffic, obviously, proactive enforcement is incredibly important in reducing speeds and creating safety on our roadways. Some of the statistics you've heard about are impacting our ability right now to be proactive in that regard.
Yeah.
And, by the time June rolls around, our resources will be hopefully much better than they were through 2022. I can tell you that we were trending up through 2020 and 2021 in terms of our enforcement. And 2022, we've seen a stark decrease. So I think that's directly attributable to the number of resources available for proactive enforcement.
Attributable to that is the fact that here we sit talking about shortage of officers and probably shortage of officers on the road, and people who will break the law hear it, and they don't care. I still have people that are flying through stop signs at my corner, but there's nobody there to stop them. Photo radar, to me, was the way to go.
So,
And that, the cost of the photo radar would be recovered in fines.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I believe the CAO has a comment to make about the reports.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to confirm that both those reports that have been talked about are scheduled in the unfinished business listing. That would be prepared by both the police department and infrastructure and municipal works, and scheduled, I believe, for April. March only has one meeting, and so I think the schedule is for April.
I guess it's important to everybody. When I see people speeding through bus stops with young children there, and when I see a woman and her daughter being chased across the road because a driver didn't want to take the time to wait until they were completely across, and that still plays on my heart. I have 3 children of my own. I should say, they're men now, and I don't want to see anybody's child get hurt.
if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, I share your concerns. And in terms of, we talked earlier about strategic focus, the citizens of Cornwall routinely voice their concerns around traffic safety. It has been in every iteration of the Cornwall Police Strategic Plan, and will continue to be a focus. 2022 was a tough year for us from a resource perspective, but I'm quite confident that by spring we are going to be back to where we need to be in terms of our numbers, and that proactive traffic enforcement will, I think, you will see us much more visible than what we have been able to be in the last few months. So,
Thank you for that.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Clearly, there's more of a focus on mental health than there ever was in the past. And hearing your comments about increases of those types of incidents over the last, since 2017, I'm just curious, are the officers trained with mental health first aid?
they are. There is a number of different kinds of training that they go through. One of them is called crisis intervention training. Obviously, they do some basic mental health training when they're at the police college, but it usually shows up in our annual training. So both for their own personal mental health and wellness. And I think when you better understand your own personal health and wellness, you also have a better understanding of the people that you're serving, but also in terms of how to manage people and or better serve people who are in crisis.
Right. When you're called on what ends up being a mental health call and you're stuck at a hospital, is that typically more evenings, overnights, weekends than it would be middle of the day on a Wednesday?
Yeah, you'd be surprised actually. These issues don't discriminate in terms of time of day. In fact, the running comment I often hear is that if you drive by the hospital at any given time of day, you'll see multiple cruisers sitting there. When I think it would be fair to say that when other mental health services are not available, obviously the police become the fallback. And I think, one could suggest as society as a whole, we need to look at that and determine whether that's the most appropriate use of all of our resources and whether we're actually being effective in the way we serve people. So statistically, I don't know that we've seen a difference in the number of people sitting at the hospital day to night, but definitely probably an increase in our interventions.
Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Gunjo?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Please, I would like to know if your department feel more stressed due to the number of newcomer refugees that we are getting in our community. Do you have any impact or relationship?
So we did just undertake a review of what the impact has been on the police service since their arrival. When you look at the overall impact on the city as a whole, from an economic development standpoint, et cetera, I would say that the impacts on policing have not been as significant as what it may be in other areas. But certainly we are responding to calls for service. We have seen an increase in calls for service from January to present. So that's something I think we need to closely monitor and see if that becomes the trend. We also proactively engage in newcomer presentations so that people have a better understanding of the justice system here in Canada and what to expect of police. So that obviously requires resources and people to do those kinds of presentations, but hopefully that serves us well and serves them well for the future. So is there an impact? Yes. Is it overwhelming our resources? I would say no.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Thank you, Chief. Mr. Bryant?
There's wire somewhere.
Can you have the RT person, we can check it out?
Councillor Good?
We also have somebody look at the reverberation sound. I don't know if anyone knows. It's really bad over here.
Can I ask everyone to just point their mics up a little bit, see if that makes a difference?
Still
Speak louder than the noise.
Great advice.
Chief, it's all yours whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Towndale and members of council. Joining me today is Deputy Chief Leighton Woods to my right, and to Deputy Chief Woods' right is Deputy Chief Addison Pelkey. And we're here before you to present to you the proposed 2023 Fire Services Operation and Capital Budget. Utilizing the 3 lines of defense supported by the Fire Prevention Protection Act, our service provides public safety and prevention, education, code enforcement, along with emergency response. Cornwall Fire Service is divided into administration, suppression, prevention, training, and mechanical divisions, with a total complement of 65 full-time members. In addition to this, Deputy Chief Woods acts as our community's emergency management coordinator, which forms part of this budget. Cornwall Fire has seen a lot of changes over the last 4 years, with 23 retirements and the introduction of many new firefighters. Today, I would like to begin with our operations budget by highlighting some of the key changes. You'll note that salaries and benefits have increased by 8.91% based on firefighter increment changes. And as we've heard before, when we look at the policing fire, we're similar in the sense as a firefighter will walk in the door as a probationary firefighter. They'll then go through their increment classes 4, 3, 2 to when they become a first-class officer. That process typically takes around 4 to 5 years to complete before they become a first-class firefighter. In past budgets, overtime has increased, causing year-over-year deficit, causing salaries to surpass the budgeted amounts. This has been captured in our proposed operations budget this year to be accurate to what we believe will occur in 2023 and what we've experienced in the past few years. And I just want to speak to the overtime just for a moment. So just to give council a sense, in the last month, City of Cornwall has experienced 2 structure fires, both which have received some press information. And just the overtime for those 2 structure fires was a $21,500 expense. That's overtime only. That's not just our daily operations. So when we do have a structure fire, we do have an incident and overtime's called, it certainly does put pressure on the overtime expense. So just moving on, salaries and benefits have been offset by the decrease of approximately $117,000 in our services and rents section, as a mechanic position was transferred back from fire services to fire services from the transit department. This submission includes an increase in specialized parts and equipment of approximately $73,000, mainly consisting of new extrication equipment, otherwise known, and we've heard the term, the jaws of life. We have provided for an increase in fuel costs of approximately $13,000 and new bunker gear, which will finalize the larger purchase that's been a part of budgets in the past, which will provide each suppression firefighter with 2 sets of bunker gear. Moving forward, we will be able to forecast on an annual rotation, maintaining this level of protection to our members and complying with the 10-year expiration of this protective equipment. Of note this year, we have included approximately $40,000 for new physical fitness equipment for both stations. Our team are strong believers that physical fitness and physical activity is a cost-effective strategy we use to target many risk factors, including mental health and trauma. Suppression firefighting is a physically demanding profession that benefits from physical fitness programming. Due to the high risk of cardiac events, including strokes and other injuries in the profession, physical training reduces these risks and maintains and encourages health and wellness for our members. We have been able to reduce, and just moving through the budget, we've been able to reduce our training budget this year by approximately $10,000, as we're not going to be offering any water operation courses in 2023. Our services and rents, as reported earlier, has reduced due to the mechanic transferring from transit to fire services. Our finance and long-term debt shows a reduction due to a fleet loan maturing. Our financial and transfers shows a reduction due to the removal of the DLAN software that we no longer are requiring. Moving into revenue, unlike other services, unfortunately, fire service is not funded by the province, which certainly grossly affects our revenue section. We're very much reliant on our tax base, and our provincial federal grants shows a reduction this year due to there being no COVID funding being provided to us. Under other municipalities, so leading up to COVID, our service did offer hazmat training and services to our county volunteer departments. Due to COVID, that stopped or hit pause, and staff are currently discussing with our county partners as to whether this service will continue into the future. Fees, service charges, and miscellaneous revenue shows a reduction of about approximately $8,000, as there is a sale of as the sale of surplus equipment would be put into this section, but we don't budget for that on a yearly basis. In addition, the service does not see the amount of donations we've had in the past years. Contribution to reserves has increased to offset the purchase of goods expenditures that we talked about earlier in the presentation. So that is, I guess, my talking points to the operation budget. I can continue into capital if you wish, or certainly open any questions at this time.
Are there any questions on the operational budget? Councillor McIntosh.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. Back about 9 months ago, maybe 10 months ago, the landlord registry thing came up, and we voted against it with the condition that the fire department, by law, was going to get together and do inspections. How are we doing on that one?
So Deputy Chief Woods does sit on that committee with bylaw. I will just let him speak to that directly.
Thank you, Chief. So through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. So we formed the Joint Enforcement Task Force, which is a group comprising of building, bylaw, and fire services. And what we do is we look at properties within the municipality that we all have a common interest in. And essentially, we sit down and bring in ad hoc departments and discuss the remedies to whatever the issues might be. So we're working collaboratively. We're meeting approximately once a month, and then on an ad hoc basis as well. So I can't give you exact numbers, but to date, like, we keep track of all of the properties that we do look at, and we're seeing very, very positive working relationships between our departments as well.
That's good to hear. Another issue, we talked about overtime. You had a structural fire, $12,000 overtime. When a firefighter is, you called it just because you had to call people in. That's correct. Do they get paid from the time they leave, or when they show up at the fire?
So just for clarity, when we talk about the overtime, we're talking about we complete fire watches. So certainly there's an element of overtime because of the structure fire itself, but there's a overtime for fire watch that we will hold the scene, waiting for fire prevention, waiting for the Ontario Fire Marshal, those types of things, and then we have our fire prevention staff that are coming in to investigate. To your point, Councillor McIntosh, they're paid by the time that they come in, they arrive
When
at
they
the
arrive,
station. That's
okay.
correct.
Okay. Do you have any trouble with, how many, a fire would take about 20 firefighters to fight?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, typically we will have, if we have a full complement on, which is 14, we would call in an additional callback, which would be a pump crew. Depending, and we refer to it as a second alarm or a third alarm. Typically on an average structure fire, we would call in that second alarm. So the full complement that's on shift that day would be seconded to that structure fire. The callback would be to take any additional calls within the city while all those resources are at that one scene.
I'm not sure what, I've got a fire going. I only have 10 guys on today, okay?
Okay.
That's happened.
Absolutely.
I need 14 more or 12 more. When you head to callbacks, does it depend where they live when you make the call? Because I understand a lot of firefighters would live within 25 to 3 hours of Cornwall. So when you start calling people in, do you say, okay, this guy, can't call him, can't call him?
So we have a what we call who's responding, and it's dispatched through our dispatch, through fire dispatch, and it's a tone out, and every member will receive that tone out on their cellular device. So it provides that immediate call out of what resources are needed, and the members will automatically chime in and say, en route 5 minutes away, en route half an hour away. So those dialogues are occurring, and we know exactly, so if we require 4 firefighters and 2 captains, that is filled by whoever punches in first.
Yeah, it seems like, I live in Gananoque, and I respond to the call, and 3 hours later I show up at the fire.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So certainly those, if those members, they're typically not responding.
Yeah,
so
okay.
On a structure fire typically, but on average, we see a full crew coming in, a pump crew of 4 to 5 members within 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Overtime, 24-hour shift have any effect on this?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, our full complement, as you refer to, is 14. We operate on a minimum of 10. If we have vacations, currently our platoons are averaging a total of 13 right now. We've got 4 recruits in the hopper, so to speak, as they're going through recruit class. They're not up and on the trucks yet. So we're operating at 13 with vacation, lieu days, sick time. Very quickly, you can go below that 10, and we're seeing the requirement for overtime shifts needed.
Okay, but there's no relation to it. I thought back when the first year of the 24-hour shift, there was a big increase, sizable increase in overtime, and I thought the chief at the time suggested that it might be because of the 24-hour shifts.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would have to do some more research to get back to you on that.
My last thing, and it's kind of nickel and dimey, but $40,000 for fitness equipment, okay? You definitely question, there's no question, it's a stressful job when you're fighting a fire and whatnot. But can you tell me why the taxpayers would have to fork out $40,000 for treadmills and bicycles, when next door at the police department, I understand, maybe I'm wrong on this, that the association paid for that equipment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, certainly I can't speak to, Cornwall Police or how they operate. I guess from the reason that this is before you, certainly we do, and I say we as the team that's before you today, we look at mental health, and currently we have no members off. We have no members off within the Cornwall Fire under any long-term WSIB claims or otherwise. And I guess I would suggest to you that by promoting mental health, by promoting physical fitness, there's an element there that we are supporting our members, and we're giving them an outlet, and we're giving them an option of dealing with their stressors and the job stressors, and maintaining a climate of mental health.
Nice try. But I'm suggesting that you work 6-7 shifts a month at the station. If I have a job and physical fitness depends on my job, and I'm making over $100,000 a year, I'm going to take care of myself on my own. Simple as that. But that's the way I feel. Any of my questions.
Councillor Good.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking at the salaries and benefits component. I see there's the $200,000 increase for overtime. We're looking at basically zero net change in the number of bodies because you've got 4 retirees and then 4 new people coming in. So is the $631,000 difference, is that all pay increments?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Good. So, sorry, can you just repeat your?
I'm just sort of deducting the $200,000 of overtime from that dollar change in the salaries and benefits, which is $831 right now. So, is $631? Is that just like salary increases, or what is that? Can you give a bit of a breakdown about that? Maybe I'll give you a little more before you answer that question, because kind of what I'm getting to is, do you need more bodies there? Are you paying more in overtime than you would be paying to have another full-time body or a couple of full-time people? And would that even offset the overtime that you're having to put out? It just, in my mind, it doesn't make sense to be paying overtime when you have a need for more staff. So is that a need, and would that potentially reduce the amount of overtime that you're budgeting?
Certainly. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Good. So currently we're in a contract that ended in 2019. So we have 2020, 21, and 22 that we're kind of gapped right now. So within that salary and benefits, we've captured what we believe is the increment changes for those years. So there's a portion, and unfortunately I can't give you an exact dollar amount, but there's a portion of that amount that would be attributed to paying that back and getting them to where we will say we would agree between the union and council on to where that their pay should be currently. The other portion is certainly approximately $300,000-ish on overtime. And we've evaluated that, and certainly I think it's something that we'll continue to evaluate with the finance department as to what, to your point, what makes sense. Certainly, we're compelled within the collective agreement. Now, we know the number of bodies, it's to try to, if we were to say, if we were to add bodies, it's a total change in the collective agreement and opens up a lot of other doors. So it's really managing what we have and what measures can we do to help reduce that amount at the end of the day.
Okay, so I didn't realize the staffing complement is dictated by the collective from 2019?
Just the current collective agreement,
I see. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Your Worship. So basically you need 14 guys on shift to have 10 guys available with holidays and training and all that. Does that make sense? Am I getting that right?
So we have the full complement's 14, we operate with a minimum 10.
10. And you need that 14 with holidays and training and all the other things that take place.
Sure.
Correct. Now, when I made paper for a living, what Domtar used to do is when you'd get hired as a newbie, if there was somebody on holidays, you'd replace that person on holidays. And then when the person came back, you'd end up on like a call-in list. And part of that job would be you'd literally sit by your phone and wait for somebody called in sick. You came in that day. If somebody was on vacation that week, you filled that spot. If somebody got hurt and was off on some kind of sick leave, either whether it be on the job or at home, you'd fill that spot. And as soon as that person came back, you were out of work. You could collect unemployment and wait, and if you got work, great, and if not, great. And as people retired, you moved up, and eventually you weren't on that list anymore. At the school, we have what we call supply teachers, maybe you've heard of them, where they literally sit at home and wait to get called in for somebody who calls in sick and that kind of thing. Have we ever looked, and the upside, when I made paper, was that we weren't paid overtime, we were paid flat rate just like every other employee. So I might only get 2 shifts a week, and the rest of it I either had to work another job someplace or collect unemployment or do whatever the case may be. I only collected overtime if I met a 44 hours, I think it was, which is overtime. We ever looked at anything like that as a means of A, managing our staff complement to ensure that you have enough firefighters to fight a fire properly, and B, as a way of mitigating overtime that we pay out? Looked at anything like that in the past?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. So going back to our increment changes, when we hire the probationary firefighters and they start kind of day one and they work their way through to that first 5 years of their career, they're limited in what they can do. They're limited in what they can drive, what they can operate, how much they're trained.
Okay.
So we're limited in, depending on what we require. If we need a pump operator, I can't call anybody that has less than 5 years on the job. So, and the way when we require overtime, it's for the position. So if the position needs an aerial operator, we walk through our listing and choose who's qualified to operate that aerial truck. And those are the members that would get the call in for that overtime.
Now, one thing we did at Domtar was we were trained 3 jobs up. So while I might be a 4th hand, I was trained as a coder operator and as or 2 jobs up. 4th hand, coder operator, 3rd hand, so that if the guy above me called in sick, I moved up, and the junior guy, who probably didn't know the first thing about paper making, came in at the bottom job, because you don't want somebody who's never been on a paper machine before sticking his hand in a running machine.
Of course.
That being the senior guys typically did, the junior guys, they swept rooms and drove fork trucks. My point is, if you are getting back to where I was before, is it not conceivable that you could train each employee a couple of jobs up to mitigate or to manage that type of circumstance? Because yes, I can accept that a brand new firefighter doesn't necessarily know how to drive a fire truck. I certainly wouldn't. I don't want to be behind that wheel, I can assure you. My point being, could you not look at that as a means of letting the bottom person come in who's relatively untrained and move everybody up if need be, up the shift if somebody was sick or anything like that? Is that a possibility?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So typically, when that happens, and I certainly want to be as direct as I can to your question, I think, you know, to answer that, we've seen such a, and again, to my original point of the number of retirees that we've had. So essentially 21 of my, well, 25 of my 61 unionized positions, minus my prevention staff, training officer, mechanic. So out of that group, I'm limited. Everybody above that first class can do everything. So we do have that contingent. The problem is the number that I have below that first class currently, and because of the number of retirees. This is going to get better, and we're going to see that decrease, but it's going to take the next 3 to 4 years for that to occur.
Okay, one last question, just out of curiosity. Do we currently have fitness equipment at the fire hall right now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we do. Each station has fitness equipment there.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Chief.
Further questions on operation? Seeing none. Chief, you mind just taking through capital, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So certainly the capital is limited to 2 items this year for 2023. Pump 3, so Pump 3, as council knows, was approved approximately 23 months ago. Pump 3 will be arriving March 14th in the city. So we're quite excited that after 24 months of build time that we're actually seeing the apparatus arrive. That said, the apparatus is coming empty, and when it was tendered for truck only. So the $80,000 that's in the capital is for, and the pictures are there, and essentially provides a good depiction of what we would be adding to that truck to provide for the capital needs to put that truck into service. The second item that's before you is the fire master plan. So as you're aware, 2022, we did the community risk assessment, and we will be presenting that to council next council meeting in person. I'm quite excited to say. So this is kind of phase 2 of that process, and that's the fire master plan. And I think for the council members that have been on council for several years, a fire master plan is something that you've dealt with and heard about. For the newer members, really what that fire master plan is, it's our roadmap. It's really providing that next 5, 10, 15, 20 years for our service to kind of lay out where's the growth, what is required, how many members are needed, what areas do we need to look at, and that is what we're asking for that fire master plan for 2022. And as you'll know, 56,000 of that is coming out of DCs, and we're looking for about 18,000 of that out of the tax base.
Any questions on capital? Seeing none. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council.
Jeez. That's right.
I didn't do that on purpose, I promise.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. We'll be starting our budget presentation for Planning, Development and Recreation Department. Starting off, we have Mr. Bob Peters, the Manager of Economic Development, who can take us through the highlights of the Economic Development operating budget.
Could you just let us know what page you're starting on, please?
Page 147.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. So economic development in a nutshell is its primary focus is investment attraction, and that can be in a number of different sectors, including tourism, small business, major employers, but the goal to attract investment to the community, which will lead to the development and job creation and overall assessment growth to share the burden, the tax burden, amongst more and more property owners and businesses operating within the city. And so as part of the overall economic development effort for the municipality, we have within our department, obviously, tourism, which looks after visitor information services, and marketing to attract visits and tourists to the city. We also have the community improvement plans, which assists property owners to improve and develop their properties. And then we also have the Small Business Enterprise Center, which is a provincially funded program that serves entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial growth in the community, and the traditional economic development focus of supporting businesses in the community, both large and small, in whatever they need, but also to encourage them to invest in their operations and to welcome new businesses. And increasingly, what businesses need is resident and specifically workforce attraction, and that's been a key focus of our efforts over the last couple of years and continues on throughout this budget. To highlight some key points within the budget, there is a small increase in salaries and benefits due to reclassification of 2 positions, but also regular contractual and incremental increases. Purchase of goods, very small decrease, but more or less exactly the same as it has been in past years. There is some changes within services and rents, and in part due to an increase in funding for our marketing efforts through a provincial grant that is also reflected in our revenues. And in terms of financials and transfers, that's dominated primarily by transfers from the municipal accommodation tax revenue collection, which then goes to the Tourism Development Corporation of Cornwall. And you'll also notice a variance in various accounts, specifically services and rents and contribution to reserves, and that is reflecting that in 2022 we budgeted for the repayment of the Small Business Emergency Support Loan, which was a COVID relief effort, and that accounting wrapped up last year. And so the 2023 budget doesn't reflect that type of activity. And so there's checks and balances throughout this overall budget. I think the key things I would like to focus is the access of additional provincial funding to pursue even greater resident and workforce attraction marketing efforts, and also an acknowledgement that municipal accommodation tax revenue projections are exactly that, projections based upon the success that we've had in attracting tourism activity to this area. And then finally, the Cornwall Business Enterprise Center will be coming back to council later this year with additional information on what the province is, how the province is proceeding with that program, but typically it's been a 2 or 3 rotating or budget process, so that we have 2 or 3 years to budget. Over the last several years, that budget amount from the province has been static or has decreased, and so that's something we're keeping an eye on, and then we'll bring it back to council at the appropriate time once we have those submissions from the provincial government. And I think those are my overall comments, Your Worship, and through you, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, our speakers list, we'll start with Councillor McDonald, then Councillor McIntosh, and then Councillor
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a quick question. Will the change from Ramada in status from being a hotel to a refugee center now, will that impact certainly the Tourism Development Fund and their revenues significantly, or will that be offset by more work at Dev Center?
So the presence of, or the alternate use of hotel rooms for both workforce accommodations and most recently and significantly for asylum claimants has an impact, potentially impact on the collection of municipal accommodation tax revenues. At the current time, we're working on a 90-day cycle of where we don't, it's difficult to forecast. At the same time, we're aware of increasing interest in people coming to the city for pleasure, for events, special events. We expect that activity to continue to increase, so there is an imbalance between our ability to supply rooms to those transient travelers and the interest in people wanting to stay overnight in Cornwall. So I know it's not an direct answer because we don't really have a accurate forecast of where we're expecting
Right, but you built some
rooms to
good
go.
news into it at the end there.
There's always good news in economic development.
Thank you.
Councillor McIntosh?
Yeah, I'm going to pick up on it was my question too about the accommodation tax. Why don't we collect it? Are they still classified as a hotel?
So the municipal accommodation tax is restricted to stays of less than 29 days.
Ah, okay.
And so anybody staying beyond that, there's also an argument that the rooms are being leased out by the federal government, which are also exempt from the municipal accommodation tax. So there's a number of exemptions in that particular act that the province enacted. There's also potential light on the end of the tunnel that there might be transfer payments to repay the city for its lost revenues. These are early days. It's difficult to forecast those types of things. On one hand, we're happy that people are in the rooms and people are in the city, and that creates different opportunities. But certainly the impact on tourism and our ability to accommodate groups, conferences, special events has been restricted.
Certainly has, and it could grow. I mean, they could, more buses pull into town and they rent another hotel or motel or whatever. That's a possibility. It's happened in PEI. How many rooms are we down right now? Do you have any guesstimate?
Well, for those two facilities alone, it would be well over 500. I think our numbers, there are other impacts on our available rooms at the current time. I mentioned workforce accommodations, some of our major employers, but also throughout any given year, you'll see that contractors or people working on major projects in the city may book rooms for extended periods of time. So between workforce accommodations, asylum seekers, we've had a couple of properties close. And then over the years, we've seen other properties transfer into other uses. And so the best answer to the question is in 2019, we had over 1,200 rooms available in the community, and at the current time, that number has dropped to just over 400.
Hampton Inn?
It's our understanding that the Hampton Inn owners continue to work to bring their facility to a ready status. There's still a fair amount of work left to be done. We've been given the earliest possible date as the second quarter of this year. It's more likely it'll be in the third quarter. We haven't been given a firm date, but it's not likely in the next several weeks that facility will be open. More likely before the end of the year, yes, but not before, unlikely before May.
Okay, and I think it'd be a full court press if I were an owner of a hotel and you were down that many rooms. Anyway, that's...
We are aware of other hotel projects and other hotel investment projects in the city. They're not as obviously advanced as the Hampton Inn project, but we also before that had identified, and I think the sector had identified, the opportunity for additional hotel rooms in Cornwall, given the trends that we had and the successes we had in attracting events. And so we are actively working with a number of investors that are looking at the city for hotel development. And unfortunately, those are they take a number of years in which to complete and open a facility.
One last question. The COVID funding, I forget what we called it, where we had loans and grants to folks, and you said the file's been closed?
The accounting under the budget has been closed. I think we were very happy that the significant majority of loan recipients had repaid back their loan on time and were able to receive the small grant portion for that loan. And then the remainder are in a payment process and a payment plan, and the number of defaults on the loan was below our projected amount.
Yeah, you always expect some. That's
and
good.
so we hit our targets. And the program did what it was meant to do, is provide support when the time was needed. And so we're happy with
Yeah.
the outcome.
Yeah, your department did a good job in that one, Bob. Anyway, okay, that's.
Okay. Councillor Hollingsworth?
Your worship. On page 218, looking at the staffing gig, economic development. So, and I've tried to read the numbers, and I'm not sure if I'm reading this right. So, as it stands right now, you have, as of 2022, you had 5.5 people. This year you want 6.5, and then we've got a transfer. What does that mean?
So I believe what happened was, you'll notice that in 2022, we had 5.5
Yep.
plus a contract position, and now we're showing 6.5 no contract position, and that's because one of our positions, which was a contract, became a full-time position.
Okay, so that being said, which gets me to my next right along there. So, we have contract position business center ongoing, and that's the transfer you're talking about, I assume?
Yes, the second line is the transfer.
Why are we turning that into a full-time position?
Two reasons. One is it was a contract position for approximately 25 years, so it was time. And the second, so both the business enterprise center positions are tied to that provincial funding formula, which has been consistent, although decreasing, and we just felt it was time. And the significant reason is recruitment and attraction of employees. When you offer a contract position or a temporary position or a part-time position, your ability in this work market to attract skilled and talented people is extremely impaired. And so wherever possible, if we have a full-time position and it's a consistent full-time position over a number of years, it makes sense, good fiscal strategy, to turn that into a full-time position.
Okay.
There is a cost to that of additional benefits, but it's a cost that I think overall in the corporation, it's one that's seen as being worthwhile.
Okay, so I think I know the answer to this, but I want to make sure. So those two positions currently, at the business,
We have one that is now transitioned to full-time, and one has remained as a contract position. And that is the assistant that's
Okay, so
identified.
that business center, who is ultimately paying for the operation of that? Are we paying for the operation?
So historically, the expenses of the Business Enterprise Center has been fully funded by the provincial government.
But now, so by
We're-
adding that, so taking that person out of that contract position, we've accepted the fact that we are now gonna carry the financial responsibility of that position, correct?
No, it's the budget, overall budget for that division still nets out to approximately zero. There's a small change in this year's budget that puts a small onus, about $30,000 on the taxpayer, but those monies have already been recovered with increased sponsorship from the private sector. So once again, we're projecting for 2023 that the Cornwall Business Enterprise Center will cost the taxpayer $0.
Whether that person is contract.
Whether that person is contract or full-time. The point I raised earlier is that we were expecting a new cycle of funding from the province, and across the province, there has been a push by the business enterprise centers to see increased funding to account for inflation, because the monies have been static for a number of years. And so we've yet to see what the province is going to respond on that particular file, but I believe it's fair to say that the province is committed to entrepreneurial support and sees the value in it, and the payback to the province and to the community by new businesses and entrepreneurs succeeding is far outweighs the cost. So it's a positive program, and that's why it has remained so for 30 years. But we're waiting. We'll have to wait until the provincial budget to see where the steps are moving forward.
Okay, one last point. That being said then, assuming this budget, this particular your economic development stays as it's currently presented, we would, over a 2-year period, have taken 2 contract positions and converted them to full-time positions, correct?
No. we've taken one of two. We've taken one of two and converted it to full-time.
Last year.
No, this year. And the assistant position remains a contract position. And it's due to be renewed once the province provides further direction of what their plans are moving forward. And so it was a calculated calculation to ensure that we did not put any onus upon the taxpayer, and that we continue to look to the province to fully fund that program.
Okay, forgive me, but
Yeah.
if I look down the line item 2022, I have 2 employees, correct?
Yes. You have 5.5 plus 1 plus 1,
Right.
right? And then
2023, I have 1.0 as a real live person.
Yes.
And then 1.0 as a transfer that used to be a contract person.
So the transfer is a negative, so yes. So ultimately, and what I'm simply gonna tell you is, we have two positions in the Business Enterprise Center. One has transitioned in 2022 to a full-time position.
Right.
There is no change expected for 2023. So in 2023's budget, we will continue to man that center, or support that center with a full-time position and one contract position,
Which was the way it was last year.
which is the way it was last year.
Okay?
Yeah.
Spectacular. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Gardner?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was about the Hampton Inn, but my friend Mr. McIntosh beat me to it. And at the end of that, I was asking how many rooms will we recoup when the Hampton Inn opens?
Hampton Inn is scheduled to be an 80-room hotel.
Okay, thank you. So
Yeah.
we'll recoup some of our losses from Ramada.
We're also hoping that maybe one of the motels that had closed will reopen. That will potentially bring more rooms back, but not a significant number. And then, as I mentioned before, there's at least 2 separate other hotel projects that would bring, on average, it seems, 80-room hotels seems to be a popular number for this particular market, although we're aware of other proponents looking at larger numbers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Good?
Mayor? Okay, maybe this is a silly question. But for the municipal accommodation tax, does this capture revenue from Airbnbs?
That's a great question,
Okay.
and the answer is yes. And so, the sector bed and breakfasts are eligible, and Airbnb bed and breakfasts have now kind of merged into one sector, and we're currently estimating that there are 40 Airbnb properties within the city of Cornwall, or within the city of Cornwall. It's very hard for us to accurately count them on a given month, but that number has increased. So that has been an offsetting trend from our traditional hotel rooms, but certainly, 40 rooms doesn't replace 400. And so, and it's a different traveler that prefers to stay in an Airbnb. So it's nice to see that we have an ability to accommodate both markets. I would anticipate that there's room to grow all sectors of our market, both mid to higher range hotels, more of the stay and go motel, and then Airbnb. I think there's room in our market for all sectors to increase their capacity.
Absolutely. I'll just say, yes, it's been a few years, but I had my old home rented out as an Airbnb, sometimes a room, sometimes the whole house, and there were never, ever any difficulties in getting it rented out. It was very, very high demand. It was a while ago. But I'm wondering, so if it's a home that someone owns and they're renting out a room, they're paying their own property taxes, and then they would also be paying in addition to that. I'm assuming it's collected through, whether it's Airbnb or one of these other sites, that municipal accommodation tax is collected directly through whoever they're using for that?
Right.
Okay.
So it's always important to remember it is not the property owner
Yeah.
that is paying the tax, it is the traveler
Okay.
that is paying the tax. And this is, since one of the concerns prior to the implementation of the municipal accommodation tax was transparency and protection of the consumer. So depending upon what community you were in, across Canada, certainly within Ontario, you had different, DMF, Destination Marketing Fund, or sometimes an airport fund, or whatever it may be. And so this legislation puts it clear and foremost. It should also be noted that a legislated 50% of the funding is not going to the corporation of the City of Cornwall. It's going to the Tourism Development Corporation, which is arm's length. 100% of the dollars are reinvested back in the sector. And so the property owners, the hotel owners, the Airbnb owners receive the benefit of that reinvestment to support events like any of the special events or tournaments that bring those rooms into town. So it's really a good system, but based upon the premise of accountability and transparency and protection of the consumer.
Thank you for that information.
Any further questions for economic development? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up will be our Planning Services Department. We have our Supervisor of Planning, Lindsay Parisian, taking us through the Planning Services operational budget on page 149.
Thank you, Jamie. Okay, so on page 149 is the Planning Services Budget Submission, and I know many of you were in attendance at last night's Planning Advisory Committee meeting, so I won't go too much into detail as to what planning services, the services that we provide. But for those who weren't there, just essentially the Planning Services Division administers all land use planning processes as they're set out in the Ontario Planning Act. Some of these include amendments to our official plan, rezoning bylaw. We also look at applications for development in regards to land division, so that would include plans of subdivision as well as plans of condominium. Planning staff reviews, processes all types of development applications, and we do make informed recommendations to the approval authority. So for some of them, that would include, or that would be the City Council. For other types of applications, that would be the community adjustment, for example. In addition to those services, we also look at providing updates on our policies and our documents as they relate to land use planning, growth, forecast, and also community development. And what we like to do is ensure that it's consistent with matters of provincial interest as well as changes to provincial policies. So in terms of this, there's operating cost. I will be turning it over to Mr. Mark Boileau to speak to our salaries and benefits, and then I will continue with the rest.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Lindsay. I just wanted to speak briefly on the subject of salaries and benefits and perhaps just elaborate a bit on what it says in that paragraph. But we're looking at a slightly different structure in terms of staffing. So historically, we have had a manager, and of course, I will exclude the general manager from that conversation, but we would normally have a manager and then followed by a senior planner and a planner. In the recruitment efforts that we have gone through, we've looked at changing that and in fact have introduced a planning technician position. And I think that, first of all, I will say that finding planners today is very challenging. And so what we have tried to do is restructure the department so that we currently have a supervisor, and of course that is Lindsay, and then we currently have a planner position and are recruiting to fill both an other planning position and a planning technician position. The finances or the budget required to accomplish that is actually very similar to having a manager and and a senior planner and a planner. And so we expect we'll have a bit of a younger staff, but we're confident that what we're doing is going to be very helpful. And I just want to point out that it's just a different way of doing it, but financially comes out to the same.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Thank you, Your Worship. Two questions. One's probably going to be out there in left field, but I'm always willing to give it a whirl. First of all, if at election time, there seemed to be an ongoing sense that we weren't moving building permits and that kind of stuff quick enough. We could debate, and I'm sure every municipality goes through this. But the question I want to ask is if we created 2 more, and I know recruiting, as you've already mentioned, is not as easy as it looks, but if we had 2 more planners in that department over and above the complement we currently have at its fullest, so we hired, pretend we have everybody currently there, would we be able to process building permits and those types of things quicker if we had more bodies?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not, I won't agree with the idea that the planning department has withheld
And I'm not saying withheld, please don't
No,
misunderstand.
and sorry, I'm not, maybe
That's not the
withheld's
word
not
I
the
wanna
right word,
use.
but that they have contributed to the tardiness of building permit issuance, because that's not the case. But I will say, though, that the format that we're proposing, I think, will be really beneficial to the department in terms of more people to assist. The technician, we think, will be a much better format for counter service. Somebody who can work the counter, who has a planning education and a planning background, and leave the planners and the supervisors to do the work that is probably a little bit more hefty in terms of experience, writing skills, those types of things,
Okay.
report writing.
Maybe I'll word it this way then. If we hired 2 more people, would they get 40 hours of work, each one of them? Is there enough work that if we hired 2 more people in that department, that you could easily say, yeah, there's easily 80 hours of man-hours of work per week? It's
Without-
not like we'll have them leaning on, desks and stuff, trying to, occupy their time. We have enough work that they would easily fill a week's worth of time.
Just a minor detail, but they work 35 hours.
Okay? Well, maybe overtime, Mark.
Well, and there is absolutely some overtime that's required at times, especially around PAC.
Okay, so 70 hours each. Or
Yeah.
70 hours total.
70 total, I think absolutely. And I will say also that there is because of the situation we currently have, there is more training required, so that 35 hours is perhaps not 35 hours. There's a lot of learning that goes into it. The learning can be from myself, Jamie, Lindsay. And I remember that from when I was a planner, that, your early days are not 35 hours equal to someone with 10 years experience.
Okay. The other question, and this is the Hail Mary, if you will, is there any way that we can take people who currently work within the corporation and cross-train them to be able to do? My point being, you're saying we can't recruit, we can't get planners, they're just hard to find. And I know originally you were a planner and then kind of flipped over to economic development and that kind of thing. Is there any way that we could take somebody or people in the corporation and train them to be effective at doing the planning job because we can't find planners right now? Is that even reasonable? Is that a proposition that's possible? Or is that just, there's just no way that could be done because the demand of being a good planner is just too much to learn?
It's a great idea, and we're doing it.
Boom. Dropping the mic.
So, just if I could explain, so the planning field has sort of 2 methods to achieve. One is that you go into a traditional planning program at a university.
Right.
And secondly, that you get into a planning-related field. And what we have tried to do with the planning tech especially is to try to find somebody in a planning-related field. And that is what we're doing and reaching out to, of course, outside of the corporation, but also within. And we're getting interest from within.
Well, let me know how that goes. I'm excited about that. Thank you, Your Worship.
So just continue on with our operating costs. So the purchase of goods will relatively remain the same as previous years, although we do anticipate on spending a little bit more this year to accommodate for additional staff. And that's why that budget item has remained the same as 2022. In terms of services and rents, a total of $145,000 has been budgeted for 2 studies. $95,000 will go towards a growth forecast study, whereas the remaining $50,000 will be put towards a floodplain overlay policy review. However, the increase of $145,000 will be offset by our contribution from reserves. For our contribution to reserves, we are putting in $20,000 into this reserve, which is a little bit lower than previous years since we are not planning on conducting a major study or document review at this time, and that's primarily due to the fact that in 2018 we adopted a new official plan, and in the last year, 2022, we adopted our new zoning bylaw, comprehensive zoning bylaw. So we are not anticipating any major document review. However, smaller reviews for the 5-year and then ultimately the 10-year review will likely take place. So in terms of this year's revenue, as you'll notice, we don't really receive any provincial federal grants or from other municipalities, so that is remaining the same, of $0. But in terms of fees and service charges and generating some revenue, we are anticipating an increase in more planning applications for this year. So we are anticipating an increase with our revenue. And as I mentioned before, contribution from reserves will be offset in order to pay for the 2 studies that I previously mentioned. And lastly, capital projects, we don't really have any for this year, so that item is staying at $0 as well.
Any questions? Councillor Good?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate that this is probably a very difficult department to work in. And I'm sure you're delivering information and or messages that people are not always very happy to hear. I appreciate the kind of rejigging of the staff complement to add an additional technician at that counter service level, that first person that you see. And I guess one of my questions is that for this technician, and especially if, as Mr. Boileau was saying, there's room even potentially to add another technician, there's enough work for that. The training that they're receiving, especially in the beginning, I imagine there's quite a bit of technical training. Are they receiving customer service specific training, and is that a focus of the department itself given the relationship with the community?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can start to at least add to that question. I mean, formally, we haven't developed a full training onboarding manual for the new staff that we're looking to recruit. Customer service is definitely a big component, especially for the planning technician position. So I will be looking into, if I can, look into various options of what we currently have available through our HR department, but also through other resources as well. A lot of the training will probably come from myself, Jamie, and Mark, especially with answering the more technical kind of questions, because it is different for everybody that we are coming in, and I recognize that is a learning curve that any new staff member wouldn't have to endure, just because, planning, yes, generally there's, we have the Ontario Planning Act, and the process is relatively the same throughout the province. However, it is very specific to our community, and especially our zoning bylaw is very site specific itself. So there's definitely a training that I will have to provide, but of course, if there's any other resources, we're definitely open to it, and we'll incorporate that into our onboarding.
Okay. Can I ask, just following up on what you mentioned about our specific zoning bylaws being a little bit maybe unique, does that create barriers for applications? Like, is that an obstacle for people whenever they're putting applications, that they're running into, the zoning bylaw doesn't allow for X, Y, Z, but that this is a community decision that we've made, it's not provincially legislated? Is this something that we can or should potentially look at adjusting to streamline processes of getting applications approved?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is provincially legislated.
Okay.
Every municipality must have a zoning bylaw, and that's coming from our official plan documents. How you implement those goals and policies within the official plan, it is through our zoning bylaw. So it is provincially legislated. However, it is specific to our community in terms of what our needs are and what our challenges are. So in terms of streamlining the process, I mean, we just went through a comprehensive review, and the document was adopted in 2022, so it is relatively updated. It went through a full public review process as well. So we do, in my opinion, I do think it is actually quite easy to read and a lot more easier to understand from a user's perspective relative to our former bylaw, which was established, I believe, in 1969. So it was a much, an improvement in my opinion. And of course, every year we probably bring forward a housekeeping bylaw. So ironing out all the little provisions that we feel don't quite fit our community needs. So that is something that is ongoing. But we haven't, I said it's been our first year of having the new zoning bylaw, so we're still trying to iron out all the different discrepancies that we find.
Absolutely, thank you, I appreciate the information.
Mr. Malone?
Yeah, I was just going to add, through you, Mr. Mayor, the point Lindsay has made regarding the new bylaw is absolutely correct. More comprehensive, more contemporary, user-friendly, and so, however, it's got some wrinkles in it that we're going to try to correct in the next couple of months with some housekeeping that will come to pack. I also wanted to point out, though, that on the subject of training, I don't think I ever had any customer service training as a planner, but it probably wouldn't be the worst thing. I think most of it comes from just being mentored by other planners, but as a corporation, senior management have talked about customer service training for all kinds of staff. We have several, of course, who work, counter service and that sort of thing, so we're talking about it from a corporate standpoint.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions? Okay, thank you.
Next up for our department is our Building Services Division. We have Charles Bray, our Chief Building Official, will take us through the Building Services operating budget on page 151.
Hello, Council, Mr. Mayor. So I'm here for both building and bylaw, but I'll start with building. So Building Services administers and enforces the Building Code Act on behalf of the city, as far as processing permits, inspections, and anything related to enforcement of the Building Code and the Building Code Act. Currently, we've, last year, I just wanted to mention that we've implemented a new service, which is a portal system. It's almost complete. We're just ironing out the bugs, as I've heard from the previous presentation. And the idea with that is going to offer a portal system for applications for building permits to help streamline the process to make it much simpler for the applicants to apply for and obtain permits, book inspections, and things like that. This portal will also, I won't speak on it now, but it also is going to be used by the bylaw services as well. As far as the budget itself, it's a fairly typical budget. There's not a lot of changes from year to year. The only I can mention is staffing. Training is one of the highlights in the budget. So there's a minimal increase in training, and that's just due to the turnover that we've had in the recent years. We're currently at a full complement for staffing. I need to knock on wood for that. So there is a little bit of an uptake on training right now, and a lot of that is provincially regulated and requirements to the Building Code Act. The only other increase it's not an increase, we had in the budget for last year as well, due to the fact that we have newer staff. Depending on the projects that'll come across our tables, we have allocated an amount in the budget of 40 grand in case we need to have consultation services. Last year, we did not need to use it much. And that was based on the types of applications that we're getting. However, we wanted to be conservative and allow for that in the budget. As far as the revenue, we're anticipating a slight decrease. Be many factors. It could be the current interest rates, supplied for materials and whatnot. So it's pretty much we're anticipating just a slight decrease in that. But that's pretty much building services, and happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Okay, seeing none.
I'm just going to ask my colleague Bernadine, that's sitting in the other room.
Oh, sure.
Right there.
Actually, she's sitting right here. So she'll be joining us for, I don't know if you want to bring up a plate.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Bernadine.
So with bylaw services, it's all enforcement related to various bylaws that we enforce in the city. Approximately 12-ish bylaws, and there's it's the main reasons are for the promotion of health, safety, and welfare, and the general quality of life within the community. And the other half of bylaw services is the parking program. Again, we did, as I mentioned, with building, there's the portal system that we've implemented last year. We're just finalizing that. But again, that's another benefit to the community. They'll be able to apply for their building permit, their business licenses online. And it is a service that is 24/7, so they can do that at their leisure as well. Currently, there's 3 members of council that are sitting on the bylaw working group. We're presently reviewing 2 bylaws. We're just wrapping up the business license, the property standards bylaw. Hopefully we'll be seeing or bringing that to council shortly. Other than that, you'll see on page 153, it does speak of 2 additional staff persons. However, those were introduced in last year's budget, but I thought it would be worthwhile mentioning it in this year's budget. One being an additional bylaw officer, which was offset with some reallocation of budgets from municipal works. And there's also the AMPS agent that began at the end of last year, however, just rolling into the role this year. And that's with the AMPS program that we introduced last year. Council may recall, and those that are new, it's to I guess replace, for lack of a better word, the provincial court system, and it'll be managed internally. So that'll create some efficiencies as far as time and money-wise. As far as that, I'll let my colleagues speak to the parking part of our services.
So with the parking services, we have currently about 200 meters in the city and about 17 machines throughout the city. We have all 6 bylaw enforcement officers that can enforce the parking within the city. They each take a day solo, or like they're each assigned a day for their parking. The budget, with regards to the budget, there's a decrease in the income from the revenues from the parking through COVID, because the downtown area was so much quieter. But the officers are saying that it has changed and it's back to where it used to be, and that the downtown core is busy again. So that was, we just had that conversation a couple of weeks ago that it's fairly busy. We worked out some things with the machines this winter, and I'm sure everybody heard a few complaints about the machines. I just wanted to let you know that I've worked it out with the company, and I think we're on the upswing of keeping the machines going. Other than that, is there any questions with regards to the budget for the parking program?
Any questions from council? Councillor Good and Councillor Goodjoe.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering, in terms of actually, giving fines for whether it be parking or other violations, does that represent like a significant revenue source? I mean, are these fees, services, and charges, is that all fines that people are getting? And
For the most part, through you, Mr. Mayor, for the most part, yes, but a lot of the revenue for parking is based on user fees. So whether it be, meters or parking passes, but the violation portion is through violations that do occur.
okay, so if I can, are there other common fees or tickets that would be given to people? I'm thinking about the no smoking bylaw at Lamoureux Park. I believe it's at all the parks, and I know I had heard, I wasn't part of council at that time, that there was some discontent about actually like bylaw officers wanting to actually give people the fines for smoking. Logistically, like, well, I guess there's two-part question. One, would this represent like a revenue potential that we should be looking at? And two, logistically, is this something that we can really do?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and maybe Mr. Frothrop might have something to add to it, but
Yeah.
Basically the smoking bylaw is it is from the city of Cornwall. However, it's primarily enforced by the Ontario Health Unit. Not sure if you want, because we did rewrite the bylaw in 2020, I believe it was.
That is correct, through you, Mr. Mayor. We did update our smoking bylaw to include all city parks as well as city facilities. We did work with the Ontario Health Unit to discuss that, and one of the issues raised when we were contemplating the bylaw was our ability to enforce, rather limited. You really need, and this was communicated from the Health Unit as well. So, you receive a complaint from the public. By the time you react and get to the location, the individual is long gone. And so there's it is a very difficult bylaw to enforce. That caution was provided at the time when we adopted the bylaw with, I think the hope was that the rule itself would help just deter people from doing it, and whether it be public pressure or from others in attendance would help discourage the activity. It was I guess the idea was presented by a public group that had some environmental concerns, and particularly with respect to the river. I think it was I believe it was the Great River Network. I think some representatives from that group that were finding cigarette butts along the shoreline, and so it was really intended to try and discourage that activity. But from a revenue standpoint, it really is quite limited. We wouldn't issue very many tickets at all, and the Health Unit said the exact same statement, that they issue very few tickets in a year for smoking. And in fact, the Health Unit said they have one inspector that covers their entire region. So it's really not, the enforcement is really limited to what we can do.
Thank you. Can I ask a little bit more about that? Okay, so we've got two different bodies. They're both giving tickets for the same thing. That comes back to the city of Cornwall, or does it go to the Health Unit?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not quite sure exactly where the revenue from that if the Health Unit were to issue a ticket, whether they retain that revenue, but I would expect our tickets would come to the city.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So any provincial offense tickets, once they are paid, they do go to the United Counties, and then they're allocated on a prorated base based on population. So a percentage of each one comes to actually, they're all in one pot, and it's prorated based on municipality. So a municipality that doesn't issue tickets, for example, would still benefit from the collective.
Interesting. Okay. I ask this because I have this vision in my mind of a litter-free Cornwall, and if somebody dares drop a litter wrapper or a cigarette butt on the ground, just nail them with a big ticket. That's my dream. But I realize that that's a pipe dream, and it probably won't go anywhere. But I wonder about the logistics of giving those fines, of getting them paid, and the potential for that revenue. If there's no potential and it's just a logistical nightmare, then, well, that's a whole other issue. And if it's just this social conscience, then that's its own issue. But if we can actually potentially derive a revenue stream, and help improve our environment and the safety of our residents, then like win-win, right? So it might be possible.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would say from the information we've received from our bylaw department and the health unit is that, yeah, it would not be a revenue generating endeavor. The time and money we would spend trying to issue fines would not likely be recovered in the amount of tickets we issue.
I'll be a voluntary fine giver. I'm joking. Thank you.
Councilor Gunjo?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would like to speak about the park meters. They look brand new, right?
Sorry?
About the park meters, they are not old,
Yes.
they look brand new.
The parking meters or the
Yes.
parking machines?
The machine.
The machines.
Yeah.
So some of them date back to 2014, 2015, and some of them are as new as 2 years old.
2 years old, because on 10 of them, I think 2 or 3 are not working well, are broken.
So, in the past several months, starting in October and November, I noticed that they weren't working well. So I did some research and contacted other municipalities and contacted the company and said, why am I having so many difficulties? So we went through maintenance and proactive maintenance, and we talked about what are the challenges with these machines. The machines that are solar, they're challenged because the winter months are gray and dark. And then we're challenged because the snow is sitting on top of the solar panels. So we're challenged with weather conditions. So what we've just done, I've just sent it out, is we've created a maintenance schedule for the officers to go through daily, weekly, and monthly. I have everything scheduled so that they're looking at it, they're using lubrication on all of the machine parts. They're clean. I bought them all new brushes to clean off the solar panels. I've given them all the tools and all the scheduling so that it will be maintained and will be more proactive. And I have seen a huge difference since we started doing that. So we're just experiencing that now.
Yes, but I mean, we're in Canada with a lot of snow every time.
Yeah.
Trying to get those kind of machines, something was wrong before.
Yes, yes. So the other part to this is that the company that we deal with is out of Montreal, and we used to get all of our services from Montreal. One day they switched us to support system from Ottawa and didn't tell us about it. So we put in our tickets for the support, and then we just assumed it was going to Montreal, but it was going to Ottawa, and nobody was responding quickly. So we found that out in the meantime when I emailed the manager and said, there's something wrong here, we're not getting the service and the support required. So they looked into it, and this is what was found, and our tickets were sitting in a system literally into oblivion. And then once the Montreal company took us back on, we are now getting support. Right after the pandemic, we also suffered from what the rest of the world was suffering from, a lack of inventory for parts for the machines, because they weren't being produced and they weren't being made and they couldn't be kept on the shelf. So yes, I believe we went through the past 6 months to a year, and I found it really tough. And I'm hoping we're at the good end of it now with doing all this research and reaching out to the company.
Thank you. Are some of them are covered by, still covered by guarantee or no?
Yes, some of them have been, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. And if there's a part that's missing, and like we get emails saying this part's not going to be in for 3 weeks, what we tried to do, so we have to remember that there's different ways that people can pay for parking. They can pay through the app, they can pay through the machine. So if and they have the tap on the machines and the coins. So if one, you know, let's say the tap is not working, they can still use the coins, they can still use the app. Let's say the app's not working, which it really has been, then they can pay through the card, through the tap, and through the coins. So there's always 3 ways of paying for parking, and there's never really 3 of them, 3 ways down. And usually if a machine's down, it's either the coins or the tap, it's not both. So that's how there's always a way for someone to pay for parking.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McIntosh, then Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I understand there has never been anybody fined for smoking in the park? Or any ticket given out, I should say.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of any. I don't know if our bylaw department has any reports.
I could probably say through the last 10 years, not through bylaw.
Has anybody ever been fined for, we have an anti-litter law, bylaw,
Yeah, there is a.
and nobody's ever been ticketed for littering. Just wondering why we have these laws. The other thing too is, how would a bylaw officer give me a ticket if I was smoking in front of him?
And that's why it's the health unit that does regulate.
How would the health unit
They
give
have
me
the
a
authority
ticket?
to ask for
I don't have to identify, yeah, but I understand you only have to identify yourself to a police officer, not a bylaw officer.
He did mention some, I don't know exactly their process, but I do believe that they have protocol in place for that. And they have used other methods of obtaining the information.
Yeah,
that
taking your picture. Yeah. Anyway, it's tough to enforce, and part of it is the fact that bylaw officers have limited ability to identify the person who they're going to get a ticket to. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Bolo?
Yeah. Just to help things out, and I'm not sure that I'm right here, but I thought I recalled, Jamie, you describing to me that there are different jurisdictions of where smoking contraventions, who can deal with the smoking contraventions. I thought you described that to me, and I'm not sure.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the province does have a smoking regulation, and so our bylaw takes it a step beyond, so over and above that. So, and that's where the health unit will enforce the provincial regulation, not necessarily the city's local bylaw. So depending on, you know, what municipality you're in the region and the local bylaw that's in place, you know, the provincial regulation applies across the province. But, you know, we can pass a bylaw that makes it more stringent, not less so. But yes, you're right. The health unit would only enforce the provincial regulation.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Whitson. Are all we still have some meters, and are we converting every spot to the machines? And what's the timeline on that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So what happens is that when we, the machines are about $8,000 a piece. So we have to really analyze whether it's worthy of a machine there. The machines cover approximately 10 to 12 spots in areas. So we're not going to place a machine where there's only 3 or 4 spots, because then we're not recuperating the revenue that a machine has. Not only is there a cost to the machine, but there's the cost of the software every month. So we really have to analyze it. Right now, we're at almost our max of the 17 machines. We're waiting for a few to go to the Harbor Road area when the condos are up and going, and there's more movement around there. And then there's a few locations on Montreal Road that we're looking at, maybe in the next 2-3 years.
I see.
Councillor Gardner?
I just want to comment on the Eastern Ontario Health Unit people. I'll call tomorrow morning and find out if we have done any fines. I know through the COVID, the last 3 years, all our inspectors have been really busy with COVID. But tomorrow morning, I'll give the health unit a call and find out whether or not we've been fining people. I don't have the numbers now, so.
Any other further questions or comments? All right, thank you. So before we move on to Recreation Services, I think we'll break for dinner. This is the time that was scheduled, and Recreation Services will be a larger presentation. If council's okay with that?
Sounds good.
Yeah, I really hate eating.
Only a police officer. Only a police officer. Taking photos of
Maybe not, maybe I could, I caught that wrong.
Well, here's the other thing. Right, you have to take my. Giving you a-
Sweater.
And I'm keeping for now. And like.
We're still in high school.
What's your signatures on that? I sent to my wife.
All right, council, I'd like to get started up again, please. We'll resume where we left off. Mr. Fothrop,
I guess you learned something.
Recreation Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we'll resume on page 155, Recreation Services. Our operating budget. You'll see one of the major or more significant changes in our budget is related to salaries and benefits. This is due to a number of factors. One being the Klein House Gallery has since opened. We have a full-time staff person there as well as a part-time staff person. So those are two new positions that weren't in 2022 budget. However, those costs for those two staff people are offset by a private donation, so there is no net cost to the city for those two. The other contributing factor to this increase is we have a transfer of two full-time staff people from our facilities department to the recreation department. Lastly, we are also transitioning some part-time lifeguard hours to create two full-time lifeguard positions. Again, from a employee recruitment and retention perspective, we are having difficulty staffing our lifeguard positions, and the hope is that by committing to full-time positions, we've always sort of had two full-time lifeguards, but the hope is to now we'll have four, and that'll provide a little bit better consistency and better retention of the staff in that department. Lastly, contributing to this increase is our student wages. We've adjusted our student wages in the budget for all our students, but particularly for our lifeguards. We are struggling to recruit the number of lifeguards we require to man our outdoor pools. Last year, we had to even adjust our pool hours because we just did not have the complement of lifeguards that we normally would have. So with just forecasting in the future with Great Wolf Lodge coming on board, again, that's going to cause an increased demand for lifeguards in the community, and we are going to need to somehow be creative in how we try and encourage people to get their certifications, and possibly provide some incentive that to work for us if they certify with us.
Mr. Fothrop, Councilor Hollingsworth had a question.
Yeah, a couple of questions. How much is lifeguard getting paid right now?
Perhaps I might defer this to Lori Gibault, who would know better than I.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. The starting rate is 17, 18 second year, 19 third year, and 20 if they're index supervisors.
Should start at 20. Now, do we know how much, for example, if I'm a lifeguard and I decided I wanted to drive to Limoges and work in that facility, are we comparable with what they're paying? Do we know if we're comparable to what they're paying?
I'm not sure about the water park itself, but we are comparable with other municipalities in SDG.
Right.
We are probably a little bit more.
Now, have we ever offered or considered offering paying for some of the training for prospective lifeguards? Because it's not cheap. I can tell you that firsthand.
Oh, I know. Well, and that is exactly what we are considering going forward. Is we are seeing fewer and fewer kids becoming certified, and trying to find incentives. So whether that is, you're right, they do have to invest a considerable amount of money into gaining their qualifications. So whether that's, first year you work for us, you get a $250 bonus to help contribute that, and then for every year going forward, something like that might be feasible, or whether it's a discount on the course or certification course provided that they are enrolled or employed by us.
Now, one more, well, perhaps two more questions with your indulgence, Your Worship. Are we offering all the training right now that's necessary for someone to become a lifeguard? Because my understanding from some parents who have talked to me is that I know the last bit of training they need, I can't remember what the certification course is, to be able to teach at the pools. We weren't offering it as of recently. Are we, like, I can't remember what NLS or whatever it is officially called?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have a national lifeguard course that's running right now. We do have another one coming up in our spring session. And we have 2 instructor courses that are running. Actually, the registration just started yesterday for our instructor course registration. So that, and again, that has to do with staffing, because there are very few people that can teach at that level. So that's one of the reasons why it's taken so long to get another instructor's course going. So that is taking place in March and April.
Okay, and then the final question, if I was working as a park leader, so I know we run programs for the kids, drop your kid off at Riverdale Park and there's somebody who will keep them occupied for a couple hours or the day or whatever it is. What, are they getting more than a lifeguard or less than a lifeguard or the same as a lifeguard?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, less than a lifeguard.
Considerably less or less?
We've adjusted their rates as well. For across the board for students, we have reviewed our student rates, and their rates have been adjusted. I'm going to say that it might be 16 for the first year, 17 for year 2, and possibly 18 for someone in a supervisory. We have a few of the playground leaders that sort of do sort of a planning, sort of an elevated position where they're sort of planning the programming and administering it as opposed to being stationed in the park.
Yeah, because typically speaking, a lifeguard was getting the same money as somebody as a park leader, and I've taken all the training and this person just happens to show up. How does that seem kind of?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's exactly one of the reasons why we saw fit to adjust the rates. I think the playground leaders did make a little less, but again, we've tried to increase the lifeguard pay to reflect the qualifications they require.
Fair enough. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor McIntosh, then Councillor McIntosh.
Yeah, just pick up what's being talked about. What about all students? Is there, see somebody who counts cars at the intersection or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't know offhand, but I do know we did look at all the student rates across the corporation and trying to bring them more up to date so that we are able to recruit decent caliber of students.
Just thinking out loud, but to me, the lifeguards should be at the top end.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they are at the top end along with some other departments do have some students that do carry a fair bit of responsibility. I'm going to say, I think some of the, from my days in the engineering department, some of the engineering students that are tasked with some of the project supervision carry a fair bit of responsibility, and we try and seek students that had engineering or are studying the engineering field as well.
Yeah, I can appreciate that, but I don't think anybody would have more responsibility with 60 kids in a pool than a lifeguard.
Keeping kids from drowning? Pretty big responsibility.
Just a thought.
I think the CAO and Mr. Clark both indicated they'd like to answer your question, Councillor McIntosh.
I'll let Mr. Clark speak on some of the details. I will say, though, that we did give consideration in the review of the whole spectrum that if there's a professional field, that is recognized. And so that's important, I think. But
thank you, Mr. Mayor. So every year we look at our pay bands for students, and as we approach this, we do 2 things. We want to make sure we're competitive with clearly the community, and that 2, when we are bringing students in, that we're using them to the most that we can, especially from a professional or a study application, that we're using that student in a way that is adding to their learning, not just their education level, so that if we have an engineering student, we like them to be part of engineering, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, as part of that. And we've structured the pay so that as it comes in, if your first year, you're paid an X amount, and then as the more education you may have and the more time you have spent with us, that rate will go up in a way that we can not only attract and retain, but that we're contributing to the students' ability to learn and take their field of study and learn some real life applicable skill sets for the work life. So that would, every year we try to do this. Lifeguarding is, and the parks is a large part of this, but from that, we do our best to make sure that we can bring in the students that are studying those aspects so that they can help us and help themselves.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. So one thing that kills me is when I see a pool with nobody in it. And I understand if we're short lifeguards, okay, you can't open the pool. But it also seems to me that there are times when, probably most times, our pools are kind of underused. And I guess it has to do with scheduling, because you have things like teen swims or adult swims or family swims. And I don't know who doesn't go to their swims, but I would love to see that time given to somebody who does want to swim. Because when you think of how many hot kids there are in this town, and you know the pool's reserved for adults at this time, or it's reserved for families, and who's ever not using it, I think they should lose their prime time in the pool, and then something else. I know that if people are hard pressed, we do offer a subsidy. I mean, if there's one thing I'd love to see free, it would be pools, but that doesn't happen. But how many people do we subsidize? How well do we publish that program? Like, do we promote it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do promote it on the website, but you're right. It is probably, the message probably isn't getting out loud enough. We do have a recreation fee assistance program that if you if your income meets a certain threshold, then you do qualify, and so I mean that is available to the public as well. I would say during COVID. We changed the way we ran our outdoor pools, in which we didn't collect any fees purely because of the cash handling kind of concerns for our staff. We didn't really see any significant increase in the usage of the pool as a result of the lack of fees. So we don't necessarily see it as being a substantial barrier. But having said that, you know, there are families without a doubt that
I'm sure,
perhaps
and I'm sure
could benefit from
the swimming lessons too. You know,
yeah.
like. They should be free.
And I'll say we do have, particularly for the outdoor pool, outdoor swims that are free of charge as well. So, but again, at specific time slots.
But you know what I mean about the times when the pool's, on a hot day, the pool's not full, or nobody in it even?
Yep, no, for sure. That is something that we try to monitor and program based on the demands in the community. So if a certain demographic isn't making use of the space, try and rethink it. So if it's if you know, if the seniors programming is busting at the seams, then try to find where we have some capacity to expand that programming and perhaps reduce others.
Okay. Well, as I'm driving around this summer, I may help you on that.
Oh, please, yeah.
I thought Tony Fleming talked about that last night.
Councilor Sabray, then Councilor Good.
I just looking for a little bit of a clarification here, possibly from Mr. Clark, but the lifeguard salaries, is this a summer pay scale? So that if a person is working at the aquatic center on a part-time basis, are they possibly making more during the, let's say, the fall, winter season than they would make during the summer season?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, the rate wouldn't be different, but the hours may be. Like, so from a summer student, we have them on a particular band, and I believe it's very accurate to what Mr. Fawthrop had described. So if they come in and they're a first-year lifeguard, and we use them at different parts of the year, the rate would be there. Now, again, if they're employed as a lifeguard under the collective agreement in different aspects, that has a different rate. So there's a student rate, and then there's a lifeguard rate for the collective agreement, and those are different. Does that answer the question?
Well, let me ask the question. If it's determined that my part-time hours at the aquatic center are such that I am now available for the outdoor pools. Am I going to carry the same salary to the outdoor pools, or am I going to be transferred into the summer stock and the summer salary?
So I would actually, for that and the way they rotate lifeguards, I would give it back to maybe Ms. Gibo or Mr. Fothrop there. But from again, the rates are different based on collective agreement and.
I just kind of wonder if, I don't know what the answer is, Mr. Fothrop, but I'm just wondering if that would not be a possible union challenge, because you're somewhat discriminating when you're taking a person and applying them at a lower pay scale for the same job just because it's summer.
Traditionally, you can see where the lodge has no summer or student rate, and the others, could we pay the students at the lodge, they would be paid their rates, and where there is a student exception for collective agreements, we would pay those rates, and it would be dependent upon the particular terms of the collective agreement as to how that would be done or not done.
Mr. Fothrop.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our students do go back and forth. If we can get a qualified lifeguard, we use them wherever we possibly can. Particularly, we do hire quite a few during the summer season to staff our outdoor pools. But if the ones that are willing to stay on and work for us at the aquatic center, we do retain them as well. But maybe I'll ask Ms. Gibo to talk about the rates for the aquatic center lifeguards.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So our rates for aquatic center and outdoor pools remain the same. As Mr. Clark indicated, that it is based on a 1, 2, 3-year kind of phase-in for the rates. And our full-time lifeguard complements that are part of the collective agreement do not work outdoors as summer students because we have programming indoors that they are responsible for, and other duties as well that they're responsible for indoors.
Thank you.
I'll just add, during COVID, they did move outdoors because the aquatic center was closed at one point, but there was no loss of wage there for them.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Good?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to harp on this whole, lifeguard summer student thing, but I will, just a little bit. Do we use the Canada Summer Jobs Program for all of our summer students? I guess I could ask Mr. Clark that.
No,
Okay.
we do not, and there's a reason that I can't remember why.
Because as far as I understand it, the Canada Summer Jobs Program will subsidize basically a minimum wage salary for summer students, so long as
Yeah.
they meet the qualification that they are in school full-time the current year and are returning to school full-time in the following year. And where we're having challenges perhaps in recruiting for these positions, minimum wage is like $15 right now. I'm just wondering if that's something that we should be looking at in order to subsidize a potential increase and make sure that we're competitive in our wages and that we can fill these positions, and that it's not costing us a whole bunch more either.
Without a doubt, thank you, Ms. Mayor. I remember now. I believe it's because we don't offer anything at minimum wage. I will have to get back and look at that, because I believe there's a qualification for what jobs apply or where it's qualified for. I could be mistaken. It's been a few years since we've looked at this. We will go back and look at it, because we were aware of the program, and and I know we haven't done it, and there was a reason for that. So I'll go back and verify. If it's changed, this is something we should be doing, and we will look at it. If it isn't, then this would be it.
Absolutely, because I think it's something like 15 to 20 grand a season that you're going to be looking at in terms of savings. If we can take advantage of that, certainly I think that would be a good program. I just wanted to tag in on this because obviously we're talking about wages and budget, but if we can offset that cost somehow, I think we ought to be taking advantage of that if we can.
Counselor Heber.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add to the Canada Summer Jobs Grant, it's become incredibly more flexible than it used to be. So we apply every year at the SDC. When we're lucky to get funding, we try to give them more than minimum wage, give them a living wage. So we'll take what they give us and then subsidize the difference, or they subsidize. But you don't have to be a returning student. You basically just have to be 30 and under now. There's a lot more flexibility, and it's not from, at least the last couple of years, it doesn't have to be the summer months. I think it can extend all the way to January. And then applications usually need to be submitted by January, February-ish. So, and I'm sure I've seen it in a budget at some point that there had been jobs funded through this, at least at some point in the last 8 years that I've been around the table. So, yeah, I'm sure some departments are taking advantage of it.
Oh, Ms. Miller?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as Mr. Clark indicated, we will look into it, but there was a time the city did budget for that. It was about $20,000 a year. Yeah. And then we didn't qualify any longer. So we do have, we'll look into it in case the program has changed. So it was about 7, 8 years ago. We do have some students in our budget where we have put in a grant that we're going to get for a number of things, which includes summer students. So tourism has their summer students under a grant program that we qualified for. But we'll look into this program as well, just in case.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Further questions?
Under purchase of goods, there's very little change. However, I will point out that we have budgeted for $10,000 to purchase some underwater exercise equipment for the aquatic center. It'd be a treadmill and an underwater bicycle. Yeah. For services and rents, we do have an increase of $36,000, which is costs that are related to the Klein House Gallery operation. When art is sold, that money gets conveyed to the artist who sold the works, and then the gallery itself retains a percentage. And so the $36,000 is related to those transfer payments to the artists. And under revenue, we are projecting a $91,000 increase. $46,000 of that is related to estimated increased revenue for arena rent. And then the other $55,000 is related to the Klein House Gallery for those art sales and as well program registration.
Any questions?
So we can, oh, sorry.
Councilor McDonald, sorry.
Just, I have to comment, I'm just so happy to hear about art making money. Because many of us believe this all along, but it's just nice to hear it said. Thank you.
So we have one capital project under recreation, and that is the waterfront plan. The project sheet is on page 158. What we've got here is $400,000 to improve the boat launch at Gayno Park. This was identified in the waterfront plan to take place this year. You'll see on the back side of this page are other elements of the waterfront plan that were originally proposed to take place this year, but we've removed them from the budget just for to try and limit I guess the scale of the budget. And so we are proposing to defer those projects to next year.
Is that on 158?
Yes, page 158 is the description for what we're proposing in 2023, which is an upgrade to the boat launch at Gayno Park. Yep. The following page is what's been removed from the budget, which was originally to do beach improvements to Gayno Park, as well as a bike share strategy, a public art strategy, and an off-leash dog park study.
Councilor McIntosh.
Okay,
Yeah.
if I may just ask one more comment for that question. The Canada Community Building Fund, is that a federal program?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I believe that is the new term for the gas tax.
Okay, so what I'm asking is that would not have cost the city any money.
That's right. That's this portion of that, the waterfront plan, we are proposing to fund through gas tax. So you're right, there is no cost to taxation.
Good, because I was going to suggest we remove it.
Where you'll see the portion of the waterfront plan that we've removed from budget, we were projecting to fund that from the tax base.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councilor Becker.
All right, thank you. The boat launch was changed a couple of years ago,
We,
and it's much better, I'll tell you that.
yeah, it was, through you, Mr. Mayor, we did change, we've replaced the docks just a couple years ago, and so we would still use that same dock. What is recommended in the waterfront plan, right now, there's one dock along the one side of the ramp. And so one of the recommendations in the waterfront plan is to have another dock on the other side of the ramp, as well, though, to make improvements to the ramp itself, in that the fluctuations of the water levels upstream of the dam have become a lot more extreme in the last 5 years. And so we're finding or hearing reports from boaters is that during the late July, August months, water levels are so low that they're having a difficult time launching. They got to drive past the end of the ramp to get to deep enough water to launch their boats.
I was 150, at least 150, 200 feet from shore. I could have got out and walked it just up to my knees in certain spots. But the second, I'm trying to visualize where the second one would be. Over past that big boulder that sticks out?
Well, to be honest, actually, it would need to be, we had a project in 2022, which was to do the design work for it, and that hasn't happened yet. And so, in fact, the configuration of it hasn't been determined. But I envision it being something very similar to the Lamoureux Park boat launch, where you've got a ramp in the middle with a floating dock on either side. So you can launch and pull out 2 boats at a time, as opposed to now you're restricted to just the one because the ramp is on the one side of that dock.
Yeah, no question. One Sunday afternoon, 34 trailers were parked. I had to go park in the parking lot. It's well used, I'll tell you that.
Both boat launches are very popular and well used by the
Now, we
community.
charge at Lamoureux Park, but we don't charge at Gainesville.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if after we do upgrades here, we would start charging at Gainesville as well. We started charging at Lamoureux Park whenever we did upgrade the dock systems there, and the thinking was that a lot of places it costs about $10 to launch your boat at a marina. Here, people were launching for free. We don't have staff at the boat launches to be able to collect that $10. So our thinking was, because we've got some formalized sort of parking there that's reserved for the trailers, was so then we can really treat it as like we're charging for parking. So you can launch your boat and pull your trailer away, and you don't have to pay a fee. But if you want to park your trailer in the parking lot at Lamoureux Park, then you have to obtain a parking pass from that machine. And so we would look to do something similar at Gainesville as well.
Not many people use the parking lot, I'll tell you that right now. They park their cars over off the parking lot,
On the ground.
south of the washroom.
In Gainesville Park, yes, yeah. But if what we do at Lamoureux is, whether you're parked at Lamoureux Park, or even if you're going to park over at the complex when the parking lot gets full, or you see when there's fishing derbies, they're parked all over the grass as well. They still need to obtain that parking permit and pay their fee. We find quite often the boaters that launch frequently buy a seasonal pass, and I think it's $100 for the season. So if you're going to launch your boat 10 times, it's paid for itself.
Good idea. Good.
Mr. Bola?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment on the waterfront plan. The waterfront plan, of course, was approved by council and is in ballpark figures is about a $25 million implementation over about 25 years, which of course averages out to about $1 million a year. We have spent less than that in the past, every year. And this year, we would have spent $1 million had we put in place both of these programs. So this would be an average year in the plan. We're gonna have some expenditures in the next few years that are gonna exceed $2 million per year, for example. I do agree, though, with what James has pointed out, which is that you know, we've tried to make this a more affordable budget. Of course, it's an inflationary year, and so we felt it was appropriate to do this. But always keep in your mind that the waterfront plan implementation is about $1 million a year if we were to stay on schedule.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Aside, just because it's here, we ever looked at changing the configuration of the boat launch at Lamrou Park?
Yes, through you,
When you go down there, it's terrifying. That's being fun. I'm the guy in the car and I'm still terrified.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we are aware of the safety situation or hazards there at that boat launch. And we do have we had budgeted for a consultant to come and do what's called it's a safety audit of Lamrou Park as well as Gaineau Park. One of the issues that we'll be asking them to look at is particularly that boat launch and how the bike path crosses the top of that boat launch is concerning in that you've got boats backing up to launch and that the bike path crosses right there. It'll be pending on the results of the study. My expectation is we're probably best to reroute that bike path around the north side of the parking lot and establish a crossing on the laneway coming down from the wing down to the boat launch parking area. It would be, in my view, the safe spot to have that bike path cross that roadway.
I would suggest, while we're talking about it, you may also want to ask the consultant about running it on a loop, so you put your boat in and then come back out on a different road than the one you went in. Because if you've ever watched it, you bring your boat in and literally trucks with boats crossing each other at the same time, and then throw some pedestrian and bicycle traffic in, maybe a couple of swimmers just for good measure. It's great fun. I know I enjoy it. Not at all. So it might wanna, I would suggest to maybe come up with some kind of loop.
Compounded by the inspectors from the gazebo who come and
Yes, of
give you all
course.
kinds of advice.
We'll want to come and offer you a couple of tips on how to push your boat in the water. It's always very helpful, for sure. Anyway, just something to keep in mind when you talk to consultants.
Yes, thank you.
I look forward to seeing that report. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Good?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm one of those people who are not so privileged to have a boat, so I wish I could feel and appreciate maybe the true benefit of what this is going to be. Absolutely, and I'm not sure what the usage rate is going to be, how many people will be impacted by the creation of this. What I'm more curious about is the removal, and I'm assuming I can ask you about the removed items?
Yes,
correct?
For sure.
So there are 4 items here that have been grouped together, removed from the budget. They're both the waterfront plan. I'm just wondering why these items were bulked together. There's, obviously one big ticket item and then 3 like fairly small items that seem like they would have a pretty big impact on our community in terms of the number of people who would actually be able to use it. I just wonder what was the thought process behind this and why were these kind of smaller ticket items that, we can bang off and maybe make some people happy included with this big ticket item?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the reason for it was we're proceeding with the design of Gaineau Park, and so we'll have a design ready, and so, which is why we chose to advance the construction work of the boat launch at Gaineau Park, since the design will be complete. These other smaller ticket items, particularly, the off-leash dog park study, is that is not necessarily, that's not going to accomplish a dog park. Would be a sort of largely a site selection exercise, some concept drawings, and then determining a proper budget to build a proper dog park in the preferred location. You're right, they're not very large ticket items, and we would be happy to proceed with any one of them. But the reason why they were taking out was because in the end, not any one of them is really going to establish anything sort of concrete by the end of this year. And so, you know, we've elected to remove those out or defer those to a future year, but by all means, we would be happy to advance any one of those.
I'm sure I asked because they don't seem to, there doesn't seem to be a theme under the 4 items. They all seem to be quite distinct from one another. And so, yeah, I was just curious why these specific items were removed as opposed to that one, but less about why they were removed, more about why they were grouped together.
I guess maybe I'd also just add with the Gaindo Park beach improvement, one of the things I'm expecting is that there are some, we don't own the property, we do have a licensed operator park there, but there are going to be some challenges and consultations required with external agencies that I expect will take a bit longer. Building beaches the way they typically were done in the years by hauling sand in and dumping it in the water is not necessarily perceived to be best environmental practices these days. And so bringing any kind of fill into the water is perceived to be sort of a habitat degradation. And so we're expecting that, you know, the process to try and figure out how to develop a beach responsibly and gain those approvals will likely take some more time. And so we're figuring that the boat launch improvements is a more likely achievable project in 2023.
Thank you.
Before I refer to the CEO, I'd just like to remind council that you are able to put forward motions to put things back into the budget that are marked as removed.
It's not okay.
Mr. Bala?
And we'd be happy to have items added to the waterfront plan, but you'll recall if you've looked at the waterfront plan, it's laid out in years, right? So these items are identified as being from either last year or this year, so that's how these are the discussed items. On the subject of bike share strategy, I think even though we wouldn't necessarily be doing what this is saying, Kevin Lajoie in tourism has done a fair amount of work on bike share strategy, and he's no longer here, but he's continuing to look at this subject, and I expect he'll probably have a recommendation coming forward. On the subject of public art strategy, it's there because the consultants pointed out that we don't score very well for public art. And so this is really a recognition of that and that we should have a strategy. I will say, though, that you're all familiar with what we're bringing forward, and I think we're going to talk about the Bob Turner project, which is public art and implementation of, so I'm happy about that. And that's all I wanted to add.
Can I ask where that item would be found within the budget? The Bob Turner Memorial specifically?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you'll see it in the next section under facilities.
Beautiful, thank you.
Councilor Gardner.
Through you, I have 4 different questions to ask about recreation that I have listed here, and it's all to do with recreation. On page 171, it's financing for outdoor pool basin repairs, $525,000. We have...
Councilor Gardner, the CEO just pointed out and reminded me, that's under facilities. So that'll be the next item in the budget. I'll let you ask your questions then, if that's okay with you.
I will do that. Thank you.
Terrific. If no further questions, I'll move on to our facilities operating. Okay. So for our city facilities operating budget, you'll see that we have a reduction in salaries and benefits of $152,000. As mentioned in the recreation operating budget, that reduction is largely due to a transfer of 2 positions from facilities to recreation. We also have transferred some staff hours from facilities to the municipal works department to accomplish some operational efficiencies with respect to some of our park maintenance activities that are taking place in the parks. Under purchase of goods, we've got an increase of $78,000 projected. We've got some one-time purchases that we were planning for 2023, which would include some spectator seating at the Aquatic Center for $30,000, an outdoor pool heater for $20,000, a steel storage container for the back of the Civic Complex for $20,000, and some underwater stairs for an outdoor pool for $15,000. And we've budgeted $25,000 to upgrade our office lighting at the Civic Complex. Under services and rents, there's a $477,000 increase, which is largely related to our contracted services and contracted plumbing and heating services. That item has been budgeted to reflect our 3-year average actual expenditures. As well, that plus some one-time expenses that we are hoping to achieve in 2023, which would include a new hot water tank at the EMS headquarters, some new canopies to protect some HVAC equipment from falling ice at EMS headquarters, a new overhead door at Fire Hall 2 for $35,000, some drainage improvements at Fire Hall 2 for $20,000, drainage improvements at the Woodhouse Museum for $20,000, new kitchen flooring at Fire Hall 2 for $5,000, and some improvements to the Benson Center road sign for $5,000.
Councilor McIntosh?
Just one question about outdoor pool heater. You mean like a swimming pool, or?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. We installed a pool heater at one of our outdoor pools last year, and it was quite well received. One of the comments that we get from some of our outdoor pool clients is that the water is a little cool. And so one of our competitors, I know in South Stormont, the pool in St. Andrews is heated. And so we do see, or I know of families that will travel to take lessons there because the water's warmer. So we're trying to address that by solely adding some heaters. So we did one last year, and we're hoping to do another this year.
Get the beach at Gatineau Park, and you throw a heater in there?
Good luck. Councilor McDonald and Councilor Gunjo.
Yeah, I know some people wanted to get the Aquatic Center water heated too. But I'm just wondering, I know when my daughter used to take swimming lessons years ago, they always drained the kiddie pools where their lessons were daily. So the water was designed to be frigid. So is that part of the problem?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we no longer do that.
Good.
So the reason for that was because the filtration system, the water wasn't, in those kiddie pools was not being filtered. So it was filled up with potable water on a daily basis, and you're right, frigid.
Yeah, okay.
So our larger in-ground pools recirculate the water, and so no, they are not being filled on a regular basis. But whenever you do lose water and you do have to, through evaporation or whether it's leaking pipes, we do have to top it up with potable water, which again brings the temperature down.
Councilor Gunjo?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I went through our facilities, and I see we have some very nice facilities, but I have a question, since we are trying to attract families in our community. It's a huge pipe that we have for the next decade. And I was wondering if you have any strategy to diversify, to bring new other facilities. For example, there is no covered basketball field in our community, volleyball, handball, all those kind of facilities that our other family are looking for. And I am sure that we lose at least, I'm going to say 100 family this year because there were not those kind of facility in our community. Do you have any strategy? Because that is something that is very, very urgent that we need.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we do have a recreation master plan, which does speak to a lot of those needs. We've just recently adopted a new one in 2021. There was one that served the guided the department for 10 years previous to that. And one of the comments you made is in fact a recommendation of the old plan as well as the new one, is that we need a municipally owned gymnasium. So you're right, no, we do not, the city used to own the Kinsman Center, which did have an indoor gymnasium as well as our indoor pool. That was, whenever the aquatic center was built, that facility was divested. And so ever since, we do not have a city-owned gymnasium, but there is, without a doubt, it's identified as a need for the community. And it's something that does, I believe it shows up on our 10-year plan, but to be honest, we do have a number of recreation needs that need to be considered and are all very important, but at our current rates of funding, they will not all be accomplished unless, we are committed to spending more. There was a presentation from a group a few years ago proposing to build a gymnasium addition onto the Benson Center. And I do think that would be very popular with the community. It's a bit of a shame in that we do have a lot of gymnasiums in the city. Most every high school has a very nice gymnasium. Unfortunately, access to those gymnasiums is a challenge. The school board does rent them out to the public, but there are requirements to rent them out. And if you're a minor sports organization, it's a little bit easier to do. You carry insurance. You're renting out the gymnasium for a block of hours, so that they'll have a requirement that you need to hire a janitor or pay for a janitor to clean up and it's a minimum of 3 or 4 hours. So if it's a group that's just looking to play a pickup game of basketball, it's not a very cost-effective way to rent an hour of gymnasium time to go to the school board, which would be an ideal situation. If we owned our own gymnasium, we would be able to run drop-in programs in which we do some programs like this in the field house at the Benson Center, where if the field's not in use, any kid for $5 can go and play an hour for soccer or lacrosse or whatever sport they like, without having to incur the expense of renting the entire field. So it's a little bit unfortunate that access to those school gymnasiums weren't a little bit more wide open. But I do understand, they don't have staff after hours to be able to just open the doors and let someone come in and use it for an hour.
Thank you very much. About this plan that you have, is it about decade or next 5 years, or what is the...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's for the next 10 years. So it came updated in 2021, so we expect it to take us through 2030.
Very far.
Well, in the list of recommendations in there, I'll be honest, we, at our current rate of funding and projects that we are accomplishing, we will not accomplish all of those projects that are listed in that 10-year plan. And in fact, the gymnasium, like I mentioned, it was a recommendation on the previous plan as well that has yet to be accomplished.
Okay, thank you very much.
Continuing on in our operations, our next is we have a contribution to reserves, an increase of $138,000, $100,000 of which is to contribute to an outdoor recreation facility reserve to try and help with the funding of capital projects outdoors in our recreation spaces. And then under revenue, there is an overall net increase of $203,000 in our revenue. $103,000 is due to increased revenue from the Progress Fund. Another $46,000 as a result of rental revenue we collect from the Marlowe Avenue properties that we've acquired, as well as some increased contributions from reserve for $36,000.
Any questions on operating?
So we'll move on to our city facilities capital projects, starting on page 165. We have the Civic Complex front steps and patio replacement design work. We're budgeting $125,000 from the Recreation Facility Reserve. The front steps at the Civic Complex are deteriorating. We have completed some fairly significant repairs to them in recent years, and most recently, just this winter, of quite a substantial repair. The reinforcing steel in the concrete is corroded over time from the salt applications. The stairs are quite large, have some sloping issues that results with some standing water, which requires some real heavy applications of de-icing salts. And as a result, the stairs are due for replacement soon. So we're proposing to proceed with the design work and then look to budget the construction dollars in next year's budget. You'll see the photos below. We did retain a consultant to do some conceptual designs to figure out what's feasible. You'll see that we're proposing that the design be to enclose the stairs entirely inside the building. And so that way the maintenance requirement to clear the snow of those stairs it won't be an issue anymore. The de-icing salts damaging the concrete steps won't be an issue as well. We're looking to have a ramp inside that addition that would take you down to the basement level of the Civic Complex, as opposed to right now there's sort of a ramp that takes you around the stairs that if you have mobility challenges, by the time you get inside the front doors, you're pretty exhausted. And so the hope is that this ramp taking you down to the basement will then allow you to access the elevators in the main concourse to take you up to the first and second floor. As well, part of this project, we're proposing to improve the patio on the west side of the building. We've got some drainage issues. It's original to the building. There's sidewalks or concrete slabs have deteriorated and are heaving. So we're proposing to upgrade that as well as part of this project and look to even remove the retaining walls on either side of that patio to try and open up the space in the salons to provide better lighting and a better atmosphere for events and better views of the park. Next page is the Civic Complex North Elevator upgrade. We have 2 existing elevators at the Civic Complex that are original to the building. We're proposing to upgrade the controls of the North Elevator this year. The control system is very dated and obsolete. Replacement parts are not readily available. Our concern is that any failure of these control systems could result in the elevator being out of service for an extended period of time. So what we would like to do is replace the control system for the north elevator, retain those parts, and use them as spare parts for the south elevator should a failure occur with the south elevator, but then look to upgrade the south elevator within the next few years as well. That's $300,000 project funded from the Recreation Facility Reserve. Our next project might be familiar to those who've attended events at the Civic Complex. You'll see the brown plastic chairs. We've got approximately 1,500 of them. They're quite dated. We estimate that they're 25 plus years old. They're sort of corroded, sort of very wobbly and bent legs. We're proposing to replace those for a cost of $55,000 funded from the tax base. We hope to purchase 1,000 new folding chairs that are stackable on a cart. As well, we would propose to try and retain about 500 or so of the existing brown chairs to be able to use at outdoor festivals, which these are commonly used in the beer gardens and that at outdoor festivals, where these chairs do get a fair bit of wear.
Councilor Gunjo?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. About these chairs, two things. First, as a big man, if I sit on the new one that you chose, I'm gonna break it, for sure. I know what I'm talking about. So, I think the one that you have right now are quite solid, so maybe you should check again before going through this new acquisition.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I mean, I do hear what you're saying. We would look to, I guess, ensure that any new chairs that we are purchased are of solid quality and construction.
Okay, you're gonna call me to test them.
Absolutely.
We're available on Friday.
So,
We'd be happy to bring some
consent to,
samples.
right? So you know what I'm talking about. So the other thing is, what you gonna do with the former chairs?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have a policy for surplus equipment, that we do dispose of them through a website called GovDeals, which a lot of municipalities use to unload old, whether it's, could be tractors or vehicles, or it can be chairs like this as well. So absolutely, if someone is at all interested, we could show them where they'd be listed on that through that website, and they'd have an opportunity to put in a bid.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our next project is the Aquatic Center parking lot rehabilitation. We're proposing a $275,000 project funded from the Canada Community Building Fund. The east parking lot at the Civic Complex Aquatic Center, this would be the first phase of a parking lot revitalization plan to resurface the parking lot with new asphalt. The other, we would look to, if the budget allows, look to perhaps improve parking conditions as well at the Cornwall Curling Club. But as it currently stands, the asphalt's deteriorating, and the hope is to try and address the asphalt surface with being able to grind off the top layer of asphalt and then putting a new layer down, as opposed to if it's allowed to further deteriorate too far, then we end up having to replace both layers of asphalt and possibly even some granular as well.
Just to save me some agony tomorrow morning when I go to the curling club, if I get quizzed on this, this is something that's in the future, right? Not going to happen this year. The improvements at the parking of the curling club.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would look to try and get it in to get the work done this year, possibly even in the fall, but that's what we would be striving to accomplish.
Okay.
Councilor Garnier.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was glad to see that in there because they've been asking for it for 5, 6 years, 7 years. The reason that I'm glad to see it in there is because a lot of the senior curlers that can't curl anymore volunteer their time for scheduling, for ice usage, for young kids that come in. They schedule them. There's some ladies that need to have a closer parking space to, because of their issues, that they can't curl anymore, so they're giving their time as volunteers. So I hope that stays in there. It's needed, and it's been wanted for quite a while. I've had a lot of phone calls and letters sent to you. Hopefully, this is going to satisfy the people that are doing all the legwork instead of playing curling. A lot of the curlers that have problems working use push sticks to, but they can't walk through the snow to get through. So we need to have that parking lot fixed.
Won't be anybody there tomorrow.
It's a senior-friendly thing at the end of the day, and that's part of the committee that I belong to, and that's why it was brought to me. So, thank you for putting that in there.
You're welcome.
Councilor Sabri?
I had a brief discussion with Mr. Fawthrop during the supper hour about this, but I think we're on the cusp as a municipality or the province mandating the need of electric vehicle charging stations in municipal lots. And as we start looking at these type of parking lot replacements and that, we're going to have to start either formulating a policy as to whether or not we are going to provide electric charging stations, or look at the planning necessary to have them in. Because I can think of people that would travel to an event at the curling club that would come in on an electric vehicle, or at the aquatic center, and if they see a charging station there, they are certainly going to mark this as a destination for activities that they might want to take in. And also, the electric charging station can help pay for the costs of this innovation.
Mr. Fawthrop, do you want to comment on that? Because there was a removed from budget
Yes.
page with charging
Yeah,
stations.
you'll see later in the capital project list, we did have a project for some charging stations which administration has removed from budget. And I appreciate your comments in that there has been some discussion amongst administration as to whether role should the municipality play with regards to electric vehicle charging. Should we be providing those facilities ourselves, or should we be perhaps considering public partnerships to allow whether Tesla or whoever to have their infrastructure located within our parking lots, and whether we trying to provide these facilities, whether even for our staff or for our own fleet. As we expect over the years, we will be slowly converting fleet to electric and seeing more and more staff arrive with electric vehicles. All to say that it's been removed from budget due to sort of to try and put forward a more sort of fiscally responsible budget, but it is something that is on our radar that is going to need attention in the coming years quite soon.
Councilor Ngunjo?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would like to follow up this question. If an item is removed from the budget, as this one, can the council decide to put it back in, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
Gonna
It
increase
would
the
be a motion to re-add it to the budget, there'd be debate, and then a vote taken.
Okay, thank you very much.
So our next capital project is a sprinkler piping replacement project at the Aquatic Center for an estimated value of $125,000 funded from the Recreation Facility Reserve. Our sprinkler piping at the Aquatic Center is becoming corroded due to the chlorine exposure in the atmosphere in the pool space. We have recently completed, in the past few years, upgrades to our HVAC system, which are designed to reduce the amount of airborne chlorine that remains in that space. Industry standards have changed since the facility was originally built. Having said that, though, this replaced sprinkler piping, we would go with a more corrosion-resistant material such as galvanized steel or even stainless steel, depending on if the budget were to allow.
Question, Councilor Ngunjo?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. A quick question, please. I suppose that we have a maintenance department, right? So this amount that you're asking is about material to make the job.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would, our maintenance staff likely would not be doing this project. We would be likely of this scale, in this height, we would tender out the work. We do have some in-house trades. We do not have in-house plumbers. So we would likely tender this for a private contractor to supply and install.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our next project is.
Oh, sorry,
pardon
Councillor
me.
Good.
Sorry, I just wanted to add to that because it says like basically using corrosion resistant materials, budget pending. Like, in my estimation, frankly, if you're going to be putting the money into making the replacement, we ought to be making the replacement with something that is going to have the best longevity possible. You know, you don't want to do the same job over and over, have it come back in another 10 years. I don't know how long the aquatic center's only been there for how long.
2008, I think,
Yeah, like that doesn't
maybe
feel,
5.
that doesn't feel very
Oh,
long.
pardon me, 2005.
Oh, gosh, wow, time flies.
Yeah, right?
Time flies. All right, I just wanted to add that in to say, like, if we're gonna be shoveling out 125 grand, I'd rather, you know, beef it up to make it something that's gonna last personally.
Agreed. Yeah. Our next project has been brought already to council for approval earlier this year, is a Benson Center refrigeration system maintenance program. This was brought to council in January as we needed to get approval in advance of the budget deliberation process, as materials needed to be ordered such that, so that we would have them in place for a planned shutdown in May. The Benson Center ice plant has not shut off since it's, other than for just some emergency repairs, which would really last a matter of hours, maybe a day at tops, before you could do that without losing an ice surface. We have always maintained at least one ice pad since the facility opened in 2011. So as a result of that, and we do have only one ice plant. There's no redundant system. So the repairs that we are planning to do are replace a fan shaft and bearings and some louvers, as well as a basement, and as well as these two heat exchangers you see in the lower photos. If any one of those were to fail while we were in operation, we would have to shut down the plant for an extended period. We would lose all our ice surfaces and all revenue associated with that. And these items are anywhere from 8 to 12-week delivery, and so we would be out any kind of ice rental revenue for that duration. So it's really most cost-effective to plan for a shutdown. And so this will be our first shutdown since the facility opened. So we've cleared the ice schedule for a couple of weeks in May to remove the ice, a week to do the work, and then put the ice back in. Our next project is some various parks repairs, which includes a new diving board and lifeguard stand for a cost of $29,000 to the tax base. These items were identified as part of a building condition assessment and found that these facilities at St. Joe's Outdoor Pool required replacement, and it was recommended to be completed in 2023. So this is just in accordance with our building condition assessment and the improvements that were recommended as part of that study. Our next project is a outdoor pool basin repair. This is a multi-year project, and this will be the first of a number of a first year of a 6-year plan. In 2022, we completed some design work to develop a study and an estimate to address the pool, the condition of the concrete pool basin at Matisse Park, which is one of our outdoor pools, which is most used and which one of the ones we see as being most needed for their neighborhood. So this is the one we're hoping to start with. It's got an estimated cost of $525,000. We're proposing to finance it. The work will include the removal and replacement of the concrete walls, as well as all the piping associated with it. And by doing this work, we hope to extend the lifespan of this pool by at least another 20 years.
Councillor Hollingsworth and Councillor.
You gonna have this ready for the summer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no. So I expect this is likely end of season work. We would try to avoid disrupting the prime pool operating seasons, and I expect it would be very tight to put it out to tender, get a price, and
Right.
have the work completed prior to July 1st.
I guess where I'm going with this is I agree, 'cause I'll be quite candid, my kids lifeguarded down there for a number of years. Said it was always packed, which is a good thing. But, so that we're not closing the pool down for the summer to do this, we're gonna close it down in the fall to try and get this done, is that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we haven't established any firm dates yet, but that is what I am tentatively hoping for, is that we would at least start the work this fall, possibly even finish it next spring if the work couldn't be completed prior to the winter season arriving. But yeah, we would certainly try to do our best to work around the outdoor pool season.
Fair enough, just for the record, I did pour concrete one year. I did pour concrete in the wintertime one year, so it's conceivable.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is conceivable, but there is
Long John.
yeah, there is an added cost to it.
Fair enough, that is true.
Yeah.
Thank you, Worship.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jamie, I wasn't very popular when I was on council when we shut down the Riverdale pool, because the repairs were at a point where it wasn't worth it anymore. So my question is the other 5 pools that we're looking at to repair, what kind of life cycle do we have for those? Because if we have to, at some point, shut one down, when? And how does it look year-wise?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our recreation master plan actually reviewed that and made some comments about it. We are a bit of an anomaly in Cornwall where we have as many outdoor pools as we do have. Most municipalities, it's an expensive service to provide the community. Many municipalities have removed their outdoor pools in favor of splash pads. We're a bit reluctant to do that for all our pools. We see particularly certain neighborhoods like that are served by pools like Matisse. We have Reg Campbell, as well as another pool that's very popular. St. Francis de Sales Park, as well as another one. Would be ones that we would really work to make sure that they're preserved in the long run. I think some of the other 2 pools, or St. Joe's and Terry Fox, are the ones that are a little bit lesser used, but and so they'll probably be the last pools to see this level of investment, and those may very well be considerations to say, to remove the pool and replace it with a splash pad. I do recall the removal of the pool in Riverdale, and a big part of that was there was a declining use there. I grew up there and taking swimming lessons as a child, and all morning long the pool was packed with kids doing lessons. But as the backyard pools were being installed in the neighborhood, use of the public pool sort of declined and continued to decline. Splash pads are a great alternative, but they do serve, I'll say, a demographic that's a age 10 and under demographic. They're very well used, but once you're over the age of 10, children have kind of outgrown it.
So what's an approximate time if some of those pools are getting close?
To be honest, we'll likely be approaching, I'm going to say probably at least, we may have another pool proposed for next year, or possibly even the design work for another pool proposed next year, and then follow up the construction work a year after. We do, our 10-year forecast, I think, may even show them being the next 5 years, where we're doing a pool a year for the next 5 years. But that'll be a little bit subject to what when we prepare our budget submission, looking at all the list of projects that we're trying to achieve, and some we may have to defer a pool for a year and get by. I mean, year after year, we do get by with putting some parging on the walls and another coat of paint, and it it's a fair bit of labor to start off every season to get it ready. To do it for another year or two for each is not the end of the world, but sooner or later, we do have to start incurring, if we want to keep providing this service, we do have to start spending considerable dollars like
I
this.
did do some research, and what you say, I went to Belleville, North Bay, Thunder Bay, Aurora, some of the cities that are the same size as Cornwall, and you're looking at 2 pools, outdoor pools, but they have aquatic centers. So at the end of the day, this is going to be a tough decision to make at some time, but it's going to have to be made because we're spending more than what the usage is. And what you said about Riverdale Pool, fewer swimmers, how about the other pools? Are they well used? I know 2 of them are well used.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do see reduced numbers at Terry Fox Park and St. Joseph's Park. So I would say of the 5 pools, those are probably 2 of the lesser needed. And a lot of it is just based on the socioeconomic demographics of the neighborhood and the availability to pools, private pools in people's backyards.
I'll probably ask you the same question next year, but it's going to be a little more intense.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Good?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Okay, so this conversation, I think is important to be had, and obviously looking at the big picture is important in all of this. Public pools are such a wonderful asset that our community has, but if they're not being used adequately, then clearly we're not maximizing our own funds, and that's just being fiscally responsible. I'm looking at the replacement of the diving board at St. Joe's Park, and also hearing that St. Joseph's Park is one of our pools that is not used very much. And like, it's not a big amount, 29,000, and that includes the lifeguard stand too. I'm just wondering, when we're looking at making improvements to pools that we are potentially going to at some point shut down or replace with a splash pad, like, is this the best use of funding? And further to that point, when looking at a pool like Mattice, which is in a low-income area, it's heavily used. It's also in an area right now where there's a lot of development that is planned and that is ongoing. Is it worth making a greater investment in pools like Mattice, where we're going to see a better payback, where it's going to have more usage, as opposed to just, let's resurface the pool, it'll be fine, it's going to get used. As a mother with young kids, pool's fine, but man, you put a slide in there, woof, we're like, this is 10 times better. I was looking for the name of the pool, and I know it's been shared with me by some family members, but there's a really lovely outdoor municipal pool just in Quebec, just on the other side of the border. It's got like a lazy river. It's a place that people come to visit, and they spend a lot of time. And I'm seeing here, there are other improvements in the facilities budget that are all in that kind of park area. I'm wondering if it is worthwhile in the design and the conception of this, that we look at that whole area as a big picture and potentially look at, I don't want to suggest that this becomes a massive project, but at redesigning that pool, rather than spending $500,000 and just resurfacing it, redesigning it in such a way that we're going to maximize our usage, make it more fun, make it more of a draw for people to come and spend their whole days there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think some of the example you provided is right. That is something that we do see in other municipalities where they've removed their smaller neighborhood-serving outdoor pools and replaced them with one grander, more centrally located outdoor pool. I would say that Mattice Park would not likely be the location for that outdoor pool. We did have a few years ago bring a contractor down to look at how to address some of our aging pool basins, and that we took them on a tour of St. Francis de Sales pool. Each one is virtually the same, but they had said yes, you would not. They gave an estimate of $3+ million, and they said you would not build it in that sort of scale or size today. Newer trends would be like a beach access, so it's a gradual sloping floor that starts at nothing, and so instead of something of this scale, you could do something grander. You would have to, though, I would say, centrally locate it, and probably one of our community-sized parks that has, you know, ample parking, and so the drawback to that is the neighborhood, you know, that is served by Matisse Park Pool may not necessarily have as easy access to that sort of grand installation. So it's not, it's got its benefits, but it's got its drawbacks as well.
So it wouldn't be an ideal location for that type of facility, is what you're saying, which is fine, and I
Yep.
can accept that it is a small footprint on that area anyways. I just wanted to throw that out there because I know obviously there's considerations around what we're gonna keep open. It's a costly expenditure, and if it's gonna be coming up year over year or, you know, several times in the next 5 years, certainly, I would rather us put a bigger upfront investment and do it right. But if doing it right is just, you know, resurfacing it, then good enough with me. Will it have a diving board or a slide or anything like that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would have a diving board for
Okay.
sure. Slide, we don't have plans for a slide, but yeah, diving board would be in the plans. It would be very similar to what we've got there, except it would just be just less annual maintenance to kind of get it up to. It would be able to be a fix that would make it last another 20 years, where because of the deteriorating condition, spring after spring, we're having to put more and more work into it
For sure.
to kind of get it serviceable for the season.
And can I finally ask, just like in terms of that feature, the like diving board versus a slide, is there a safety reason? Is there a maintenance reason? Like, what is the reason for choosing one over the other?
To be honest, through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't say that we've even given a slide a whole lot of consideration. I do know, you know, we do have outdoor pool programming that has diving clubs and instruction and that sort of thing. The slide is a nice feature and it is popular at the aquatic center for sure. It might be something to be that could be a consideration, but again, we would have to look at it to see whether it could be done, if there's the space to do it safely, and I would imagine it certainly wouldn't be anywhere near like the height or of what we have at the aquatic center.
I would imagine not. But it could be a possibility.
It could be a possibility. We could
Okay.
explore that.
Thank you.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Worship. Just a comment, really, it's a deliberation, so on a personal note, never gonna vote, never, ever, ever gonna vote in favor of closing a pool in favor of a splash pad. Never raise my hand to that. You can take that to the bank, Mr. Potter.
Hear, hear.
You have one individual who will never, ever write never, ever in your book somewhere. Vote in favor of that, just an FYI. Thank you, Your Worship.
Talks in the summer,
Yeah,
nobody's there.
that's fine. I'll still pony up the cash. You vote me out of office.
Our next project is a splash pad at Menard Park.
Can we get the shovel for that right now and dig that one up?
I can say there was no in-ground pool there before.
Oh, that's the only thing that makes us a little more.
So we are proposing a project to build a splash pad at Menard Park for $750.
Got the financing for that.
Yeah, to be financed. Our most recent splash pad that we did was at probably 4 or 5 years ago, Riverdale Park. Cost about half that price. As Councillor Hollingsworth mentions, that replaced the in-ground pool. And our big reason for the reduction in price was because there was a building already in place that serviced that in-ground pool with washrooms and a mechanical room. So this project is $750,000 because there are no, we would have to extend water and sewer services into the park, as well as construct a washroom change room, and with a mechanical room as well to house the works, the mechanical equipment for the splash pad. I've included a photo of in the bottom corner there is a photo of a public washroom that's located in Kingston at Gord Downey Pier, and it's a prefabricated washroom facility dropped on a slab, which is along the Lake Ontario, which I kind of envision as something like that as a way to try and accomplish the washroom facility for an economical price.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
This is actually probably more to Ms. Bailey. I see that it's gonna be that if we push ahead with this, we're doing it via financing. So if a prospective council said we're gonna cut it, you're not actually cutting the $750,000 out of the budget because you're financing it. How much money does that 750 relate to, let's say, out of this year's budget? So what would we finance that over 10 years typically?
Probably over 10 years, but in the 2023 budget, there's no dollars because we don't think we'll be borrowing before the end of the year.
If
It
just,
will only affect 2024's budget for principal and interest.
fair enough, but for the record, on the operating side, how much is that financing approximately? Let's use 2023 dollars just as a reference point.
Perhaps 85,000.
Yeah, so it's, so the thing to keep in mind is anytime you look at cutting a project that we're financing, it's really only about 10% of the actual money that's directly affecting the operating side of the budget. Does that sound about right?
About right.
Okay.
If it's over 10 years.
Approximate. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gardner?
Well, I had marked in my notes to remove this from the budget. And I will never, never vote for this unless you can let me know, Mr. Recreation Man, if this could be held till 2024.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that this was a item in our rec master plan. We had proposed it in 2022, or we had originally put it into the 2022 budget, but administration removed it prior to presenting to council for those same sort of fiscal pressures. We do see there is a demand. We do hear from residents in that community. They don't have a neighborhood pool to access. We don't, unfortunately, have sort of the lifeguard staff complement to be able to expand our outdoor pool program to new areas. So this is a way to do it, provide some sort of cooling for children in the summertime. Like I said earlier, it's very popular for kids aged 10 and under, but yeah, they do grow out of it when they hit their teens.
Councillor Ngunju?
Just
sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Gardner.
Just to finish that off, I lost my train of thought, sorry.
I'm sorry, Councillor Gardner.
No, that's okay. I just have a problem with this financing because for me, we're in debt far enough now that I am really, really against financing if I don't have to do it. So I don't know if I won't bring a motion forward to hold this back until 2024. Thank you for your information.
I won't second.
No.
Councillor Ngunju?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Won't second.
Just a quick question, please. How do you decide to bring a project? Is it based on resident or family feedbacks, or do you have I mean, do you have a feedback from family? Is it based on that, or how you proceed?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, our recreation master plan, it was developed based on quite extensive community consultation. And so I think we had, they did a community survey. It was some of the more engaged surveys that I've seen. I think it was over 2,000 sort of respondents, in which they prioritize, you know, what they want to see from a recreation standpoint from the community. And so that's where, you know, the recommendations to build a gymnasium are derived from, that feedback from the public, and not just individual members of the public, but also the community organizations. So whether it's Boys and Girls Club, or Cornwall minor hockey, or soccer, they reach out to all these different groups and the public to see, are there recreation needs being met by the city, and where we're falling short. And so they tabulate all this information that they get to see where are the biggest needs. They also crunch numbers as well to see especially for the sports, to see, do we have enough soccer fields to meet the demands of those user groups, or ice pads. And they'll look at their field schedules to see, is there capacity there for those associations to grow, or is there a demand to create more field space or rinks. And so these things, and this project came out of that as well, is that it identified that area of town was not being served by a outdoor pool. There isn't a splash pad in that part of town as well. And so that's where that recommendation came from.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our next project is a multi-year project as well. And this would be the 4th year of this project of 6 years, and it's to replace our outdoor bleachers that are at our sports fields. It's a $40,000 project funded by the tax base. We have approximately 30 sets of outdoor bleachers that are aging. They have the older benches or bleachers are wood bench and a carbon steel frame. The steel frames have become corroded. The wood benches have been replaced a number of times as well. You'll see this example. This is an example of one that we've been purchasing for the past few years. It's an aluminum construction, so it is quite durable and weather resistant. As well, you'll see there's a safety railing around the sides and the back, where our old benches did not have that safety feature.
Councillor Bennett.
That's the cost for one?
No, sorry, that, I believe, this would, 40,000, we believe would purchase 5 sets.
Okay.
Councillor Gunja.
Aluminium during the summer, 25, 30 degree. It's going to be very, very hot. Very hot.
You mean into a hot seat?
I don't find them that bad. I use them.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to be honest, we've installed them, definitely. King George Park was outfitted with at least 4 of them. We haven't heard any negative feedback from them. We will reach out to the user groups, so at the fields that we have installed these new ones, and to see whether or not there are issues in the summertime.
I'm part of the user groups. I've sat on them many times, and I mean, they're warm, but it's not like the old slides when we were kids that take a layer of skin off or anything.
They were perfect.
Oh, great to hear.
It builds character.
Our next project is dock replacements and upgrades at Marina 200 for $50,000 funded from the Canada Community Building Fund. This has been an ongoing project. We've done for at least 1 or 2 years now, and it's to slowly address some of our aging docks at Marina 200 on a consistent sort of basis.
Councillor Good.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just ask briefly about the Canada Community Building Fund? Because I've seen that on a few items. I'm just wondering, is that fund quite limited in what we can actually use it for? Have we already made applications for specific projects?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a sort of a new name for what we've always called the gas tax funding,
I see.
which perhaps Ms. Bailey might be able to help us with on how it's funded.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the city is receiving about $3 million a year right now, and it's not an application base, it's an allocation. And it's quite broad in its use. There are some restrictions. I don't believe we can use it for a home for the aged, Glensterdam Lodge as an example.
Okay.
But if you look at page 211 of our budget book, that is the reserve schedule, and it'll show you the projects that we're planning to use that funding for this year.
Oh, thank you.
And it could also be used for principal and interest payments on the purchase of capital assets as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Savary?
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, just a question of information here. What's the occupancy rate at Marina 200? What's been the average over the past number of years?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, very good. We have a waiting list. In fact, we keep some slips empty for transient customers, trying to, provide a tourism sort of service. And so I believe it's about 155 slips, I think, at the marina, and I'll say all of the seasonal slips are all spoken for with waiting lists. We have seen other privately owned marinas close their doors, and so we have seen quite a few. I think the last one was somewhere in Quebec, maybe in Laval. There was a marina that closed, and we had an influx of customers come and spend a year on the waiting list before they can get a slip. But it is quite a fairly high demand for these slips.
Councillor McIntosh?
How do they, through you, Mr. Mayor, how do they determine how much money you get? Is it how much gas is sold in the city, or?
I believe it's population-based, but I'll look that up to see what the formula is.
Just the irony of it, we could be building charging stations with the gas tax.
Right?
Our next project is a tennis court resurfacing project and LED lighting upgrade. Again, another multi-year project. We've got 5 outdoor tennis court locations where it's 2 courts at each. Our outdoor courts are deteriorating, and we do need to start spending money to address and improve the surface. This year, we are proposing to rehabilitate the courts at Kinsman Park.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Quick question. Just for the record, how do we determine what courts we fix and when?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, based on the condition, whichever one, they historically weren't all resurfaced at the same time. And so whichever courts we find to be in the worst condition. Last year, we had a project to do the Broadview courts. In fact, we tried to tender that work out and did not. There was just so much, it's a pretty niche market or skill set. You don't just use a driveway paving contractor to do a sports court. And so we put it out to tender and unfortunately didn't get any bids. So we'll be looking to tender out Broadview with Kinsman Park as well at the same time, in the hopes that that generates a little bit more interest from these contractors that are traveling from outside the area, quite likely. I should say we did upgrade the lights at Broadview. We were able to do that work separately, but it's the asphalt and the coating surface is the specialty component of that work.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Our next project is a lighting project at Optimus Park to upgrade the sports field lights for one of the baseball diamonds and one of the soccer fields. Another multi-year project, which last year we did the lights for the other soccer field and other baseball diamond at Optimus Park. This would be the final year of it, which we would complete the project for an estimated cost of $250,000 from the Recreation Facility Reserve.
Councillor Gardner?
Yeah, I'm glad this comes from the Recreation Facility Reserve and we're not borrowing for it. Last year, I was over there with the Optimist for different reasons, and we had a football tournament at that field. Thank you, Fred, for that.
You're welcome.
And it's just growing, so I was glad to see this is being done, and the lighting is going to be energy efficient. The question I had was, what was it costing us, if you know, now with the old lighting?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, I don't have those figures handy, but I can say we have slowly upgraded a bunch of our facility lighting. We've started with the rinks, the 4 ice pads at the Benson Center, the field house, tennis court at the Benson Center, as well as the Civic Complex. And the LED technology it's a much brighter light, and it produces less heat, which is great for rinks because it's a space where mechanically cooling and paying to cool. So not only does the light use less electricity, but we're using less electricity to cool the space. The other is that the maintenance of those lights is a lot less. They burn out, they last a lot longer, and so the amount of money with the, I know the streetlight conversion project is a great example of LED lighting in that we are spending far less money on replacing burnt-out light bulbs on the streets. And for our sports field lighting, it's quite high, very difficult to access. It is expensive to repair and address. So it will be of significant benefit. I think where it becomes maybe a little less beneficial is that the sports field lighting isn't necessarily on every night like our street lights. So the payback's going to be a little longer.
And one of the reasons, as the chair and committee member of Alsville Theater for quite a number of years, we just put energy efficient lighting in, and we were told that we had about an 80% saving.
Mhm.
So I was glad to see this in the project, in our budget. Thank you for that.
Our next project is our playground structure replacement program. We are proposing to fund this $120,000 from the tax base and $30,000 from the Parkland Reserve. Our recreation master plan, 2021 master plan, as well as the previous master plan, had recommended that we replace 2 structures a year to be able to turn over our playground structures at a reasonable time frame. However, historically, we've never replaced them at that rate. We have replaced them at a rate of 1 per year. And in fact, while I've been in the manager of recreation, what we would do is replace 2 every 2 years. And so try and get a little bit of a economy of scale by buying 2 at a time. But this would be the first year that we'd be proposing to do it because we budgeted to replace 2 last year. We're proposing to replace another 2 this year and then maintain that program as recommended in the master plan. This year, we're proposing a new playground structure at Grant Park, which currently is served with only a swing set. And the other is Chevrier Park, which it does have an older playground structure and a swing set and a sort of a dome-shaped sort of monkey bars. It's outdated and due for replacement.
Councillor Good.
I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, where is Grant Park?
Grant Park is in the north end of Riverdale on Kennedy Street or Avenue.
Okay, so I looked it up, and then I got to Kennedy Street, and it's not on Google Maps, which is fine, but a little weird. Is this breakdown, the 150 total, what would be the budget for each of these parks?
$75,000 each.
So at even 75 each, I'm assuming it's going to be more or less the same design for each?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we put out a RFP. We do get designs that would be, I'll say, they wouldn't look like necessarily like the one in for Chevrier Park, but they would likely look more like the ones that we've installed in other recent park installations.
Is the swing set that's at Grant Park, is it structurally sound? Are there any, is it falling apart in any way?
I would say it's old for sure. I know from experience, I could say it's at least 35, 40 years old probably.
Is it structurally sound though?
I would say, I mean, it's not a hazard at the moment, but I would recommend, if we're installing a playground structure there, my recommendation would be we replace the swing set along with it at the same time.
Just looking at this, obviously it's not like a super clear photo, but it doesn't look like an eyesore. It doesn't appear to be a hazard. It doesn't even show up on a map. I'm all for parks. We've had discussions about this before, and improvements to playgrounds. But one of the traps that I really would like to see us avoid getting into is having all of our parks be identical. Because frankly, there's a little bit of a lack of imagination to them, and where children grow and where they can use parks is where there is a controlled level of risk. I do appreciate on here that there's also, wording around accessibility. But again, as you'll hear me preach about this kind of over and over, is that we need parks that are accessible fully, but having every park be accessible isn't necessarily feasible. Looking at Chevrier Park, which is down on Edgar, at the end of a dead end, kind of on the other side of Tim Hortons, I'm not sure how much traffic goes through that park, but similarly, when I look at that park, it's not an eyesore. The cage, I mean, yeah, it's old, but like, if it's not an issue, I just don't want to, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I don't want to be sounding that way, but at the same time, I would so much rather see us invest in a playground, like take this money and make something that's really, really awesome, instead of just replacing on route without really putting thought or energy into what is that park going to do for that neighborhood and our community overall. So I'm just, a little underwhelmed by what I saw in the last RFP for the parks. Although it's good, I feel like it could be so much better. I would love to see this money put towards maybe somewhere where there's more need and or a bigger, better playground that is unique to the ones that we've installed previously.
I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the comments. And I think my only comment would be is that the playground structures on this scale are really a neighborhood serving scale. So I agree it would be wonderful to have and we do have some parks that are meant to be community serving parks, and with structures like the one at the Benson Center or the one at Lamrou Park. The smaller scale $75,000 playground structures are really meant to serve the children that are within an 800-meter radius of that park that are expected to sort of walk there without their parents' supervision. And so a lot of the way we come up with which parks that we're going to propose to install structures, it's purely based on the age of the existing structure, or in the case of Grant Park, the fact that there isn't a structure there now serving, those children in that 800-meter radius. Okay. But I appreciate your comments.
Yep, thank you.
Our next project is a bicycle path repair project. $50,000 from the Canada Community Building Fund. This is an annual project that we budget for to just try and stay up on the maintenance of our bicycle path or recreation trail infrastructure. This level of funding allows us to resurface approximately 1 to 1.5 kilometers of bike path a year, which, given our inventory of recreational trails, this allows us to, our plans for about a 30 to 35 year life cycle for that asphalt surface.
Any questions? Okay, I think I'm gonna stop it here for tonight. We've hit 8 p.m. We're back here tomorrow at 3 p.m. Can I get a motion to adjourn, please? Councillor Hebert, seconder. Councillor Ngunjo, all in favor? Carrie, thank you. See you back here tomorrow at 3 p.m.
Yeah. Yeah. Snowplow's picking us up at 3 o'clock to bring us in.
Say what now?
Snowplow's picking us up at home to bring us in.
Oh, yeah? Well, you're actually gonna be driving when you